All right, good afternoon or good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today we're gonna look back at history to find out has immigration in the USA ever been weaponized against the black community, foundational black community, that is. I'm waiting for people to trickle in, and we're gonna look back through the um, sands of time to find out if it has or has not. I think y'all know what the answer is. I guess we could start off with a little Dr. Claude Anderson, who says continuing in his book Black Labor, White Wealth. He says, "quote." A continuing flow of immigrants, decade after decade, from 1607 to present day, came into believing that America was abounded with freedom and wealth. Let's start right there. So, immigration in this country basically, as a weapon, started in the 1600s under the leadership of Captain Oglethorpe of the United Kingdom of Britain. Um, we'll get into that reason later on. But Dr. Anderson says common sense dictates that they had anticipated they would face kind of a life of most black people face. Immigration would have ceased immediately after the first boatload arrived. The flow of immigrants never ceased because they were never treated like blacks. Wow, isn't that amazing? That's the name of the game in America that I outlined in my first book. The name of the game is you can come over here and get unearned benefits off the back of black people. In other words, no matter how bad it gets in America, if you come over here, you'll never be treated as bad as black people. You will always have a group to look down upon, and that is us. That's the deal. That's the unspoken deal in this country, unfortunately. Um, Dr. Anderson further says, as a matter of fact, ethnic and racial immigrants historically have been a wedge between whites and blacks, giving whites an alternative to interacting with blacks. Stop right there. Now, a lot of people call that a buffer class. Anderson further posits each time in history, either before or after a war, when the American economy was expanding and could have offered material economic benefits to blacks, a new influx of immigrants um, or refugees arrived to fill the void and further exile blacks from fruitful participation in national life. I'm gonna read that again at some point, so y'all gonna hear that again because that actually happened to my father. I'm gonna highlight that right quick. Hold on one second. That happened to my dad. Um, my dad volunteered for the Vietnam War. Um, Late in the war, he's not as old as most Vietnam vets. He just turned 70. Vietnam vets are starting to get real old, but my dad actually volunteered for the Navy when the Vietnam War was very unpopular. He didn't get drafted, and he wanted to serve his country. And when he got back um, and had me in the 80s, um, he wanted to he wanted to be a businessman. He wanted to open a gas station. That was his thing. Very simple, start simple. Makes sense to me, you know what I'm saying? And I just remember growing up, he could not get a business loan. Like just getting turned down. Nope, 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 nope. A veteran getting turned down with good credit, getting turned down. So I end up he ends up working at a gas station to put me in this real high socioeconomic status, real rich white high school. And at this rich white high school, one of my classmates was basically a son of a refugee from the Vietnam War of all places. His dad actually just jumped in a boat, grabbed the family, and swam to the United States Navy out to sea and just, almost died. Just, waving sheets and stuff saying, save us, save us, save us. I think a destroyer or a frigate or something, a U.S. Navy ship picked them up and took them to the United States where they set refuge. So his father, who did not speak English, was able to get multiple loans on gas stations and become a millionaire. So that actually hit home. But on that, I digress. How y'all doing? What's going on, Nikki?
What's going on? I love this title. I love this topic. I thought that since we've been talking about power and how white supremacy controls the black man, and controls how power is dispersed. I thought that we should just look at it as how how are they treating us in comparison to immigrants? Do they take power away from immigrants as well? So it's kind of noisy in my background, so I'm gonna have to keep muting up. Seventh is coming on stage. Just a minute. I apologize for that, y'all. Hi, Seventh.
Oh, oh, hey guys.
What's going on, Fred?
I'm working on something. I'll come back in a few minutes. Thanks for putting me on, but let me go ahead and take care of this right quick. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I'm up here talking through a mute. I don't remember hitting mute. That's interesting. So, yeah. So, uh, immigrants have never, according to Dr. Anderson, were not treated like blacks. He actually says that. He says the flow of immigrants never ceased because they were never treated like blacks. That's the name of the game. That's the way you keep this machine flowing a certain type of way. Is you don't treat them the same way as you treat us. Dr. Anderson, and it's not in his book. I think he said it in an interview, but he was right. He said that America is based off the old royalist system. So, basically, if I'm gonna take y'all back to seventh grade, let's go back to sixth or seventh grade, depending on what state you grew up in. Y'all forget, but my doggy's snoring in the background. But so if you go back to sixth or seventh grade, you'll remember that um, the English or the monarchy in England was based off of the king and the queen. So ideally, I mean, basically, the king is the ruler of the land. Um, I hate saying this concept because I don't believe it. I don't believe they believe it, but they say the king is a land and the land is king. That's bullshit. But anyway, the king is the ruler. Let's just look at it that way. So, second in command is the queen. Up under the queen, you have the noble class. Well, obviously, if they have any offspring, prince or princess. But if they don't, the noble class. The noble is knights. I mean, not knights. I'm sorry. Nobles are ladies, lords, dukes, um, ladies, lords, dukes. I'm leaving somebody out. Earls. People, what they call the esquires. So now, in America, when attorneys, when you pass the bar exam, they call attorneys esquires because esquires in England had the basically power of the attorney over the people. They told commoners what to do and that type of thing. Well, anyway, uh, in between the royalists, the esquires, and the no and the royalty, the king, queens, princesses, and princes, you had their protection, which was the knights, right? Under the knights, who did the knights protect the royal class from? They protected the royal class from the commoners, the working class folk, us, known as the serfs. Well, who was up under the serfs? Up under the serfs was the lowest class. It was called the peasants. Now, in Europe, particularly in England, but in most Europe, to become any type of royal class, you had to be related by blood. There were very few exceptions. Sometimes people became nobles because they were favored by the king, but that was just so rare. So basically, the commoner's best bet at having some type of high status was to be a knight, which the competition to become a knight would call somebody had to die. It was a joust. So it's 50-50 chance you're going to die becoming a knight, right? So a lot of white folk, quote unquote, European, quote unquote, white folk didn't like that. So the concept of America was created, basically, according to Dr. Anderson, to give common white, although white didn't exist, but I'm just using it for the sake of argument, common European people the opportunity at being an esquire, being royal, based off their skin color. Um, and that's been the name of the game in America is come over here and we're going to bump you up the social hierarchy at the expense of um, black people. That is the fucking name of the game. I said it in my book. I said it. I'm gonna say it till I get taken back to the realm of the what the plane of existence. Like That's the name of the game. Is come to the United States. It's a social contract. It's not written anywhere, but it's a social contract. It's understood. It's implied. How so? It's implied through conditioning, which is going to be a whole nother space. I'm gonna have a whole nother space on operant and classical conditioning because I realize that a lot of our brothers and sisters don't really understand how that works.
Ooh-wee, I can't wait for that space. I'm sorry. I
Oh yeah,
cannot
it's
wait.
coming. It's coming. Hey, Wani.
Hey,
Hey, it's good to see you. You want to add something, Wani?
well, I was waiting to hear where the conversation was going, but has
Okay.
immigration in the USA ever been weaponized? You know, we really thought, and Frederick Douglass really thought that it would be better to have immigrants of, non-white immigrants here. And he advocated for that. He advocated for Chinese people to be able to come over and not be lynched and chased around. He advocated for Japanese people to be able to immigrate, and he said he had this vision of a composite nation. And so I guess he felt like these people would be appreciative or not pretty much on their knees, but just having an idea of the way this country was going. They're coming over here with the attitude of, oh, the white man just decided they like us and they want us to come over. And that is not the way it went. They didn't want any of these people here, and they continue to need our labor, and they continue to have family connections, which they didn't want to admit to, and they continue to have a lot of undercover things going on with Black Americans that people don't realize, and also Native Americans, connections, interconnections over the centuries. But they certainly didn't want these other people here. And they just don't understand that. They think that we're just slaves that just sailed over on a boat, and that we're solid Africans that they want to just get rid of. Okay. And we already went through that in the 1800s when our ancestors said, you know what? All these people like Marcus Garvey talking about going to Africa, we are from here. And they eloquently expressed why they were. Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, and others said what the situation was. We don't need Africans to try to reframe what our ancestors already came up with, that they were not Africans, that they were from here, and that they had too many ties from here.
Yeah, yeah. And Wani and associates, I'm gonna drop a fucking bombshell on this podcast because I found some scholarship. It's funny. I have several. I read a whole bunch, but it's several books that are just like the golden holy grail for whatever genre. They're books that set the standard, just like a song. You know what I'm saying? Um, and one of them, I've read this book so many times, it's like crumbling. And I swear to God, every time I look through it and really look through it, I find something else. Now, I've been quoting out of one of Dr. Howard Zinn's books since I've known you guys. And I missed something. I missed it, but I found something. You made me think of something you said in the 1800s, but I'm going to save that for a moment. Now, before you came in, Wani, we discussed that according to Dr. Claude Anderson, Dr. Anderson said, quote, immigration would have ceased immediately after the first boatload arrived. The flow of immigrants never ceased because they were never treated like blacks. Um, it's important when you look at the process of conditioning. This deep as fuck. There's something called there's a scholar that I use in my educational practice named Vygotsky. I think he's Russian. And Vygotsky created a theory called ZPD, Z Papa Delta. It stands for Zone of Proximal Development. Now that's real fancy. It's fancy words. But what zone of proximal development means is environmental learning. Yeah, what are you talking about, Professor? I'm talking about something everybody here knows, especially from the hood. When you go to a bad school and you don't want to be targeted, you don't want bullies to target you, what do? You make an example out of somebody. In fact, back in Alabama, the old ladies and shit used to say, make an example out of somebody. I ain't heard that shit in so long. Y'all, anybody here ever heard that? Make an
Oh yeah,
example
I've
out of
heard it a
somebody.
lot. I must be super old because it's not new to me.
I ain't heard that shit in
I
I
have
used
forever.
heard
to,
that,
I used to watch The
definitely heard that before.
Sopranos, and I remember Tony Soprano. He challenged the toughest guy in the group to a fight because after he got out the hospital, everybody saw him as weak. So he beat up the toughest guy in his group in front of everybody, and nobody messed with him.
Hmm.
Yep, that's ZPD, my friend, and unfortunately, it applies to us because the United States. It go. Have y'all realized that the power structure in the United States goes out its way to make us look like we're the fucking worst? Like I got students walking around who are not FBA talking about, ooh, Diddy got baby oil. Now I'm not a fan of Diddy, but last time I checked, having baby oil is not legal. I don't think baby oil was a list on the list in crim law when I was in law school. But the point is, um, Diddy is being made an example. That's ZPD. That's zone of proximal development. That is signaling to all other groups that no matter how bad you think you have it, you ain't got it as bad as them. So be grateful. Art, what do you have? What's going on, Art? Good to see you.
Shit. Yeah, yeah, I'm
Art, can
here.
you go ahead?
Yeah, I was gonna say immigration was used throughout all of America's history, particularly to go after the working class. One might even make the argument if you believe that um, the slave only came from Africa. I mean, if we was to go with that narrative, that the slave was the first immigrant to hurt again the working class, right? So you have this trend starting with the slave and ending all the way. I believe it was the Buffalo Strike, I think, where the Italians replaced the black and white workers. Um, I'll have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure they had Italian immigrants replace the workers. I just can't remember if it's the Buffalo Strike or not. Um,
I don't think it was a Buffalo strike. I think that happened in Manhattan, but I know what you're talking
yeah,
about.
so I mean, this is a constant thread. Also, the fall of Rome. If you go look at about the fall of Rome, I would argue it was their influx of foreign barbarians that they did to sort of
Hmm.
subdue their
Hmm. Hmm.
domestic population that caused their ultimate downfall.
They
So,
started hanging around the edges and kind of being part of the society, and they were seething with jealousy. And look what happened.
so,
Well,
but I just wanted to point out that this not only is it been used against us, it's the common thread amongst the powers to be throughout history and almost every
yeah,
empire.
yeah, and that shit goes further back than that. The other day, I'm looking for Chancellor Williams' book right now. I put it down somewhere. Chancellor Williams said that's what happened in Egypt. Why don't anybody talk about Egypt? Why is that like a taboo subject amongst academics? Academics have sold the fuck out, is what it is. But I don't know where I put Chancellor Williams'
Why
book.
don't they want to talk about it? I use Egypt all the time as examples of things. I use the Greco-Roman Empire, Rome, all of these types of things, just so you can see these things continue to happen over and over again. It's actually true.
I don't think, to answer your question, Wani, I don't think the dominant society academics want to acknowledge that black society was sophisticated as it was. I mean, society to this day hasn't touched the levels of sophistication as the and the Egypt is a misnomer. That word didn't exist, but it didn't touch that. So that's like kind of so taboo. But when you watch scholars, leading scholars like Jordan Peterson and stuff, everything they talk about has to deal with some type of Kemetic, Egyptian, Temerian, whatever word you want to use, ideology or concept. In fact, the Senate and all that shit came from. I found out that came from Atlanta. That's an Atlantean concept. The concept of having a Senate and a House,
Mhm.
and that's an Atlantean concept. You know, that's some fucking Atlantean concept. How did I find that out? Solon snitched. Solon was Plato's
Right.
uncle,
They
and he talked
always
about.
write about it and talk about what they're stealing because they didn't view it as stealing, really. They viewed it as, hey, let's go over there and see stuff. Maybe they didn't anticipate that their ancestors would be arrogant blowhards that wanted to pretend like they created everything, and they were just telling the truth about their travels and where they went and where they got inspired.
I have an unacademic theory on that, based off of celestial alignment. there's a metaphysical ideology that every time period has its own attribute. For instance, for a little while we've been in the age of Aquarius. The age of Aquarius is associated with knowledge, like fuck the bullshit, fuck the nonsense. What's the truth? That's what the age of Aquarius is. Right before Aquarius, you're in Pisces, and Pisces is associated with absolute emotionalism, like almost the opposite. It's the opposite of Aquarius. It's associated with beauty, like pretty, colorful eyes, and literally colorful eyes, and emotionalism. And I would argue that Europeans rose under the age of Aquarius. I mean, age of Pisces, the Piscean age, and it's all this emotionalism. And but how that ties into what you were saying about the theft of the theft of concepts. I really think that Europeans have. I think I could almost prove that Europeans have a history of just thinking people are stupid. Like they're not gonna. Surely, I'm gonna go over there and steal their concept, and I'm gonna call it the Pythagorean theorem, and I'm gonna attribute it to Pythagoras, who himself said that he got it from the Egyptians. But nobody's gonna know that we stole it because we're gonna write it in the books. Like people are stupid. That's all it is. Um, Dr. Anderson said each time in history before, or excuse me, quote, each time in history before or after a war, when the American economy was expanding and could have offered material economic benefits to blacks, a new influx of immigrants or refugees arrived to fill the void and further exile blacks from fruitful participation in the national life. For those of you who just came in, I said that directly touched my dad. I'm gonna say this for the last time. My dad volunteered for the Vietnam War. Late in the war, he volunteered in 1970 or 71. Like it was almost over when he volunteered for the Navy. Served naval intelligence a little while, and got out the Navy and tried to. When he had me in the 80s, tried to have a. He wanted a gas station. Couldn't get one. Got denied. My whole childhood was denied. I remember him getting denied. Like about to get it, denied. About to get it, denied. About to get it, denied. End up working at one to put me and my sister through um, um, a wealthy PWI high school. And at that high school, I met a Vietnamese family who ran away from Vietnam and got on one of my dad's ships. With the Navy, like literally, if the Navy didn't see him, they would have died at sea. But the Navy saw him, rescued him, brought him to the States without a change of clothes. And literally, their dad got a fucking loan on a gas station in Birmingham, Alabama, and became a millionaire selling beer to underage black kids. Don't ask me how I know he was selling beer to the underage black kids. I may not have been one of them. Twizzle,
Real
what you
quick,
got?
do you know how
No,
they became?
Oh, and I'm sorry, it was 7-4, then
yeah,
Twizzle.
yeah.
My
I
bad.
saw I just came in. Somebody had their hand up.
Do you know how they
But
became
go ahead, Deacon.
eligible
Yeah.
to get those loans when we couldn't? Do you ever talk to any of these people and ask them how they get those loans?
No, but I'm gonna look into that shit because the older I get, the more angry I get about that situation because the family I'm talking about, like I'm still kind of was kind of friendly with my high school colleagues through Facebook, and all was well and good when we were in our 20s, but now they have kind of developed vitriol for black people. I'm like, man, how dare you develop vitriol for black people when we supported your fucking gas station? So I'm gonna look into that, and I might need to run for office to change that dynamic. If it's one thing that needs to change, other than reparations right away, is the structure of the way small business or business loans are given to fucking foreigners. Why in the fuck don't we own the gas stations in our neighborhood?
Because we won't
Have
boycott
we?
in front of them for 30 days and break them down like they did in Atlanta. We're
That's
not
a big.
going
That's
to
a
do
big
anything
truth.
unless you have some discipline and refuse to use the gas station. That's what this man did. Like I said, you could pay a homeless person $8 an hour to stand in front of the gas station for 30 days and they would crash.
Wow, and that which leads me into the bomb that I'm finna drop. Go ahead and get out your papers and pens, ladies and gentlemen. Um, in 1844, we had an influx, our second influx of immigration. So let's wind back. Um, in the 1700s, well, Dr. Claude Anderson says in 1607. I don't know what he meant by that. I'm gonna have to do research on that. But I do know in the 1700s, the 13 colonies, if you pull up um, Join or Die, um, the 13 colonies, all headed by uh, elite white men who were in secret society that I'm not gonna mention, start to fucking fall apart. Why? If it start to fall apart because enslaved um, Africans or enslaved people. I'm not even sure if they all were enslaved Africans at this point, but enslaved black people. Let's put it this way. And at this point, no matter if they were African or they were not, at this point, given the fact they were for the 1870 census, they still were all foundational black Americans. So I'm gonna say enslaved foundational black Americans would run away from the plantations, okay, very frequently, and run until they hit the Native American territory, which was everywhere, and they would immediately get amalgamated. Now there's a lesson in that. Why would they immediately get amalgamated and marry into? Because they looked exactly the same. They were basically the same people. That's a point we miss in history. But that's not my point. My point is once they would amalgamate, they would do a counterattack on the white colony owners. Um, this shit crescendoed to a point where the white owners start to send SOSs back to England, like help us, please. Well, Benjamin Franklin, who was in bed literally with France, I'm gonna leave that alone, came up with an idea of congealing the 13 colonies into a country. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, we have a fucking country because black people, foundational black Americans and Native Americans were counter-striking the white power structure. They came together. They came together in diametric opposition to us. The United States of America is created in diametric opposition to foundational black Americans. Ain't that a bitch? And Native American. Well, my point of bringing that up is the SOS made it back to England. The Queen reached out to her greatest tactician, Captain James Oglethorpe. He later made general. There's a college named after him in Atlanta, and if y'all are familiar with Buckhead, that's Oglethorpe's premier like little land, which where his college is. It's funny how these people keep their money for centuries. I don't know how that works, but anyway, I digress. Oglethorpe came up with an idea of dumping the toilets of England on America and creating a buffer class of English criminals, pedophiles, and degenerates. Not my word; those are words of academic canon. Basically, he let people out of jail. People who were child molesters, people who were literally fucking insane, were sent, and therefore Georgia was created as a buffer colony. What does that mean? That means a deal was made between these lunatic people that we will forget that you're a lunatic, we'll forget that you owe money if you help us keep these black people and Indians, air quotes, in check. So that was the first time that immigration was or let me say one of the first times immigration was weaponized against FBAs. Now what we're going to look at is the second time immigration was weaponized against FBAs. It says in Dr. Howard Zinn says soon, however, antagonism developed between the Irish Catholic weavers and native-born Protestant skilled workers over issues of religion. Stop right there. So what history doesn't, the books don't fucking tell you, is a second group of immigrants were the Irish. I think everybody here know this. The Irish, the Italians, Well, the Irish were Catholic, and the Irish were, like I think Art brought up, were usurping jobs away from the white Protestant people. So they were like, "Oh hell no!" So the white Protestant and Irish were arguing with each other. Never heard of that, have you? Dr. Howard Zinn says, "Quote: In May 1844, there were Protestant Catholic riots in Kensington, a suburb of Philadelphia. Nativist anti-immigrant rioters destroyed the Weavers neighborhood. Weavers was a group, like a union for Irish. The Weavers neighborhood and attacked the Catholic Church. Middle-class politicians soon led each group into a different political party. The nativist, listen to this closely, the nativist into the American Republican Party, and the Irish into the Democratic Party. What did I just say? I just said in 1844, the Democratic Party identified itself as a party for immigrants who were against American nationals. That looks like a declaration of war on American nationalism by the Democratic Party, in my view. But what do I know? Dr. Zen further says party politics and religion now substituting for class conflict. But I just wanted to point out that officially in 1844, the Democratic Party, during a riot between immigrants and even white, they were white Protestant Americans, sided with the immigrants. And I thought that was very interesting. All right, Seventh Ward, what you know?
Yeah, man, thanks. I wanted to speak earlier, but I had to troubleshoot my computer. But you said it again. Your daddy served in the Navy during the Vietnam War. So did my dad, and unfortunately, my dad died recently. Uh, but but yeah, you're talking about these Vietnamese immigrants who came here after the Vietnam War. That's what radicalized me against immigration as a 10-year-old because I saw it in New Orleans when these Vietnamese were coming over here and setting up businesses when black people they couldn't set up shop on a corner. So like I said, we have to do something about all these immigrants who have come over here after the Immigration Act of 1965, and I think we have to fight for a capitation tax. We got to put an onerous tax on them to penalize them for being here against most of these immigrants who've come over here. Not all of them, but some of these immigrants were are okay, but the overwhelming majority, we have to hit them with a capitation tax, and we can use that tax money to
Who's
fund
going
our
to
reparations
who's going
claim.
to level the tax against them?
Who? The U.S. government. It's constitutional. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 4 of the
I think
Constitution say
just
you could do it.
shunning, they may not do that, but shunning will definitely work. Shunning, boycotting, refusing to participate in business with them. That's the only thing keeping them there. You have no idea. I watched this during COVID. The moment that people didn't go into those businesses crashed. They had
Yeah.
boards up.
I see what you're saying, ma'am, but I'm not
No,
trying to shut down their
I'm
business.
just giving a,
I want to shut them out of the
I'm just
country.
giving
That can
a
shut them out the country if it's piece by piece by piece. If we start cooperating with each other and agree to shut them out of their businesses, what are they here for then if they can't run their businesses?
I'm just giving another
They'll
alternative
just freeload.
until, because the US government may not want to do that. So another alternative is the one that we used before.
Yeah,
Remember?
I
Yeah,
realize
Remember
it's
the
a
bus
start, but
boycott? Remember how that
yeah,
worked?
that's exactly what I
A
was
lot
gonna
of these
say.
boycotts resulted in getting a Labor Day and everything else because all we did was just shut down. I am not going to operate your train car. I am not going to ride on your bus. And that's going to be the end of the company. These companies are paycheck to paycheck, so to speak. They can't function for months without getting money.
That's what Professor Chris Hedges said civil disobedience, which is what Wani's talking about. Massive civil disobedience is the only weapon we have left. This fucking fantasy, and I'm a Second Amendment advocate all the way, baby. But this fucking fantasy, I'm started kicking Negroes out my space when they come on there talking about they need to have some type of violent. That fantasy will be a justification. And anybody who's even served anywhere near close to a military institution knows that violence is a language that some of these institutions speak very well. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna meet that with violence. But Chris Hedges said that. He said exactly what Wani said. Massive civil disobedience will shut this motherfucker down, which is why they're kind of conditioning us to kind of be drones with these phones and such. But I'm not gonna disagree with the brother from New Orleans. I don't have my glasses. I'm looking for your name, but
No,
um
I agree with
Seven
them. I
Ford.
just don't
yeah,
think they might cooperate They need a little bit more heat on their butts. Maybe some white people get off the sofa and put the beer down
Right.
and get in the
Yeah,
streets.
I've talked about that, but I don't want to ally myself
We
with
don't have to. They can go
people.
do it on their own.
But
We don't have to hold hands through this process.
that like, hey, they can take out their frustrations on the immigrants, but I don't want to cut a deal with no white people like
Yeah,
that.
but
Well, it's looking like.
I want them to
No,
boycott,
go
though.
ahead.
I want them to do what they want to do for this country, and that will benefit me. I don't have to ally with them.
But I see it come to a point where what's the old saying that's so fucking true? Find an enemy of my enemy, and I found a friend. I'm seeing that happen with FBAs and non-immigrant whites. Like I'm seeing, I'm not gonna specify, but I'm seeing how. But I'm seeing that happen a whole lot. But all I was gonna say is both Wani and Seven Four. I think the solution is in what both y'all said. Both, and we need both. We need civil disobedience with respect to.
I can get behind that.
Yeah, and I think targeted civil disobedience would be so like,
Is that
not civil
civil
disobedience.
disobedience or just boycotting and saying, I don't want to shop with
Yeah,
you? Because
yeah.
that's what I've
I
been
don't know why I
doing
said
since I was 14 years old. I have refused to go into an Asian store. I have just simply
I,
refused to treat it as a store.
I got Chris Hedges on my brain. I don't know why I said civil disobedience. Boycotting, massive boycotting, and not even massive. Like it would be so fucking powerful if we just decided, like, if we did had some of our scholars do research on the most anti FBA store or entity that we use, identify them, and then turn our backs on the motherfuckers. Everybody else, again, ZPD, proximal learning, like the bully in the courtyard. Every other company will say, "Ooh, shit, we better start appealing to FBAs." That's our problem. Is we don't do stuff like that anymore. We used to. I'm from Alabama. Like Wani said earlier, we did that shit in Montgomery and shut the goddamn system down. And Alabama's one of the most racist states, but we shut that motherfucker down, had it on its knees asking us um what we wanted. Twizzle, talk to me.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing? Happy Friday. What's up, Professor? Nikki the
What's up,
God.
bro?
How you doing, Nikki the God? Sister Wani, hi. How y'all doing? Happy Friday. I just want to give a shout
I'm
out to the room. But yeah,
happy Friday,
I
bro.
want to talk about the topic of the room and speak on a lot of topics that you spoke on because you were correct about a lot of things. My dad fought in Vietnam along with my mother, husband, who she married later on, along with my uncle, my dad, and my stepfather. They passed on and they're both buried at the naval military bases in California. So you know what I'm saying? I have a history and I have a you know what I'm saying, I could say I have a standing to speak on stuff like that. But what you were saying, Professor, is correct because to my studies, the first time immigration harmed Black Americans is when the Irish came over, when the King of England was trying to kill them all during the potato famine, and then Abraham Lincoln was like, send me, when Abraham Lincoln was like, send them over here to us, and they was gonna fight in the Civil War. That was the first time I saw immigration to my studies hit us. And that book, The 5 Points, and that movie, Gangs of New York, that break it down really specifically in that movie. And it was known that the Irish, they was man, they came over sick, infested with lice, they was dying of, you know what I'm saying, starvation. It was bad. And then throughout my other studies, I remember during the time of Vietnam, what someone was saying earlier, when the Vietnamese came over, they was having businesses. You know what I mean? They was getting donut shops, they was getting liquor stores, and I'll never forget. It was this famous Vietnamese. He became a chef, and you could watch him on TV. His name is Yan Can Cook. He fled Vietnam. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, he became a famous chef. And what I be tripping off of him, my dad used to always say, "Which one of these motherfuckers used to fight in the war? Which one of these motherfuckers is Viet Cong?" He used to hate the little kids because he used to say over here in Vietnam, they come run up on you, GI, and they'll throw a grenade at you. You know what I'm saying? So he was still shell shocked by
Yep.
that. He used to wake up in the middle of the night with his M1 carbine, bagging my mother in the corner, talking about, they coming, they coming. You know what I'm saying? He used to really have flashbacks. Like,
Wow.
he used to pin my mother in the corner with his M1 carbine. You know what I'm saying? That shit used to really be crazy, man. But
Wow.
that's another form of how immigration that I know that I can say that I witnessed and experienced during my time because my first experiences with the Vietnamese and the Cambodians during Vietnam. Then after that, in the Gulf War, what happened? We got a bunch of motherfuckers from Yemen and Arab and Arabia. And after that, it's just been ever since we've been in that war with Middle East. They've been coming over here like fucking gophers in the whole fucking field. And that's the immigration that's been harming black people because when they come into our communities, they're already established with business. And then Sister Wani saying we are forced to have to fucking do business and support them, but to a certain degree, we don't. We can boycott them. And I want to say this: we can boycott the first thing. I would love boycott it, and I would love for my sisters to do this. Boycott those beauty supplies. The black hair
Oh yeah.
industry is the number one industry ran by black women. Why black women don't run that? They need to start boycotting that and taking that shit to the state, taking that shit to the county, and taking it to the fucking federal government. That how could these fucking Koreans from way across the country have a monopoly on a product in an industry way over here in America that's not even ran by them? You know, that's something that I would love, man. I would love to get behind that and support that, and I would give my finances to that because I love my sisters, and that's one sister. That's one fight that I think our sisters need to take control over because that's our industry. I remember when I was young, when black women used to run it. My one of my partners' mama, she had her own nail supply. She was her own she was her own nail technician when she was doing nails. You know what I'm saying? That's how it used to be. So if it was, it can still be. And as Sister Wani said, we need to start boycotting these motherfuckers one at a time. Because once one fall, a whole industry can fall. So I stand by that 100%. I land my plane there. Shout out to the room. Happy Friday,
Um,
everybody, and I'm finna listen.
let me say some of the things that have happened. One thing, when black women would try to start businesses in their own homes, they would somehow they would get in trouble and fine them. And like, say for instance, I have a sister and I say I'm going to do her hair and her friend's hair. All of a sudden, I'm going to be accused of, collecting money and running some kind of fake hair salon from my home. They started really targeting these people that had these um, things they were trying to get off the ground. But like I said, you can boycott these people. You don't have to buy the products from them. You can get the products directly from Amazon, not a third party seller, until you find a black supplier of whatever you want. I'd rather buy it from Amazon and put them out of business. They'll leave. They're only there to be parasites.
Right. And here's my thing: if you're gonna be in our fucking community, how dare you set up shop in our fucking community and not sponsor a football little boy football team or something? How dare you set up shop in our community and not sponsor like a girls dance troupe or something like that, man? Like I've taught in secondary ed, man, middle and high in these neighborhoods in Memphis and Birmingham and Rochester, New York, exclusively in FBA neighborhoods. I migrate to those type of hoods. This is the first time I'm outside of out of a FBA neighborhood, and I can't wait to get back to the hood. You know what I'm saying? But I've seen it. Like no matter where they come, they set up shop in our neighborhoods and they pretend like we're servants or some shit. When they got it twisted, they what they say they got the game fucked up. Midwest,
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I want to say, you know about transmittance?
no,
I think it's Wani, I'm pretty sure I know. I think it's transmittance. When people make money here, they send it back to their countries for their
Remittance, you
own
mean?
families.
Remittance.
Remittance.
remittance, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad you all corrected me. And then I'm seeing how those foreign governments have these connections with our government, and so they depend on those people to make a profit here, right? And I'm like, trying to counter
You are
them.
100% correct.
Yeah, and
They're
trying to counter
propping
them.
them up. They're
Yeah,
propping
exactly.
them up. They'll even use it as an investment. Somebody in China will say, hey, I'll set you up in business. You give me a chunk of the money because the money is more valuable there. So,
Sister Wani,
all
that's how
those
they buying all
places.
the real estate out here. Sister Wani, just like that.
Yes,
You
they
know,
are.
each time I come across a property, it's owned by a foreign company with a Chinese name
Now,
or a Hispanic name. You know what I'm
one
saying?
thing, real quick, before I forget, one of the techniques that they've used when we complained about not having any black women working in the store, what they did was they started hiring these stupid ass foreign blacks, the ones that called the police on George Floyd and got him killed.
Right.
That's what they've done. They'll hire some foreign, easy to manipulate uh, person, African
A
person, or
tether,
Caribbean,
a
or
tether.
anything. And then that's the end of it. It's still the same thing. They haven't hired an American. They're propped and squatted up in our neighborhoods, and they're still supporting foreigners. And all they have to do is say, "Look, we put a black face out there. Everybody happy?" No, we're not happy. All of you, kit and caboodle, need to get out.
Dr. Howard Zinn, with response to the Irish immigration wave that we talked about earlier, Dr. Howard Zinn says, quote, how could these new Irish immigrants, themselves poor and despised, become sympathizers with the black slave, who was becoming more and more the center of attention, the subject of agitation in the country? Indeed, most working class activists at this time ignored the plight of the blacks. Eli Moore, a New York trade union leader elected to Congress, argued in the House of Representatives against receiving abolitionist petitions. Racial hostility became an easy substitute for class frustration. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at racial hostility is a cop out for the fact that you're broke and hungry, and we're dealing with that ferociously now, where people come across the border from X from variable. I mean, I saw fucking Chinese nationals on TV coming across that Mexican border with haircuts with crew cuts that looked like they were military. I'm like, you letting them walk across the border?
Yep. Them the
Military
ones
age
that's
men?
buying up all the property. The cold part about it, they buying up farmlands and they buying up property in strategic areas. You know what I'm saying? And
What you
I'm like, I
say?
wonder where they're
I
getting
saw
this
China.
finance from. Like they
Dog,
financing China financing them. You know what I'm saying?
dog, I saw a special on TV where the fucking Chinese were buying. They no, not were buying. They bought up farmland that was adjacent to a United States nuclear missile
Yeah, yeah,
facility.
yeah. That's why Texas and a few other states ban foreign people, foreign companies from buying land in their state, buying land, property, and everything in their state. I wish California would do it, but California already sold out to China. So in the next 10 years, you're gonna start seeing red flags with yellow stars around this motherfucker everywhere. You're gonna start seeing Chinese flags more than Mexican flags. I guarantee it. Watch.
Damn. Lou Fax and then Just Cake, I think that says.
Hey, what's up? How you doing, Nikki? On the spot, Professor. How everybody doing? What's up with it?
Chilling, bro. What's
All
going
right, so I
down?
wanted to talk about the. I'm pretty sure you already brought the historical with the immigrants when after Reconstruction, even before Reconstruction and all that. But I wanted to talk about like modern times, right? So if you look at the top three genres of music, right? Well, the top three record labels: Universal Music Group (UMG), which who makes the market share is 32.8%, and they make over $10 billion a year. And then if you look at Sony Music Entertainment, the market share is 23.4%, and they make $8 billion a year. And then the other uh, record label is Warner Music, right? So these are music genres. I mean, record labels who make their money based off Black American music genres that we created, right? So if you look at UMG, the top three music genres they make the most money off of is pop music, hip hop, rap, rock music.
Mm,
If you look at Sony, hip hop, pop music, electric dance music, right? These are all genres that's created by Black Americans. So if you look at the owners in these music labels, right? So because this is money that could be redirected to generational wealth for Black people, because these are people talk about stealing intellectual property. You can claim that the music genres that we created is like modern day theft, like just like how they stole like our intellectual properties throughout slavery with like manumissions and shit. In order for us to get free, we had to create an invention and then give it to the owners, and they took owner of it. So it's the same thing with the music industry, right? This is a billion-dollar industry, right? Like literally in our faces that they making billions of dollars and creating generational wealth for their family based off genres we created. So when we say like, all right, has immigration has been weaponized against Black Americans? I mean, that's the first. I always look at the generational wealth, and then I wanted to speak on like, all right, so if you look at like any Martin Luther King Street in America, right? If you look at the history of what happened, due to the Great Migration in the 1920s. And throughout that time, like the 1920s to the 1960s, all the ownership on Martin Luther King Street was black American, right? But if you fast forward in 2021, these same Martin Luther King streets, right, who has historically been black communities, and now we label with the hood. And within that hood, if you look at the ownership, is Arab, is Asian, is Chinese. These people are literally feeding us like pit bulls, right, with bulletproof windows, and making millions of dollars a year off our spending power, right? So the economic side of the weaponization is just crazy because we can go down to the hair care industry, how the Koreans did a deal with the government to shoot us out. Like economically, I feel like if we address this shit from an economic standpoint, right, and actually get back what our ancestors built and shit, all of this intellectual property with the music and the ownership side, I feel like, man, we'll be in a good place. But yeah, I just wanted to contribute that side of as far as the weaponization though. But appreciate y'all.
And
No, I appreciate you, Lou Fast. When you said that shit, bro, you took me back. You made me think of a family member that my dad sacrificed for to put us in the little white high school to keep me from getting shot up. Um, anyway, one of my family member who went to that white high school with me had a little friend, and her friend was from, I forgot the country this girl was from, but she was brown. It was an Arab country, maybe Yemen or something. She was obviously wasn't nowhere near white, and they were real good friends, man. And all of a sudden, that little girl stopped hanging out with my family member, and I started asking around, like, why don't you hang out with so and so? I found out her daddy told her to stop hanging out with black girls because they're gonna get you in trouble. So I did some research on his motherfucking ass. I was big brother. I was kind of like a father figure because my dad wasn't there. I did some research on. I was always doing research on motherfuckers, even when I was a teenager. I did some research on this motherfucker and found out he teaches at Miles fucking College. Miles College is at Birmingham, Alabama's historically black college. So this Arabic dude, this Yemeni dude, teaches at a black college in the middle of the hood, making enough money to send his daughter to the white school, wherein he tells his daughter to stop not hang out with black people. How does that math? Just Cake, talk to us.
Hey y'all. Happy Friday. Hey Tuzzle. Hey Wani.
Just
Hey
kicks. Hey,
Fast.
sister, how you doing?
Hey, I'm okay. My
Uh-oh, you breaking up, or is it me?
Yeah, you sound low. You sound low, Just Cakes.
Her thing dropped. When she comes back, I'll bring her back up. Seventh Ward, talk to us.
Yeah, I was listening to what y'all was saying about like boycotting. Yeah, I'm for that. But like when they had the Montgomery bus boycotts, they had a underground transportation network to help black people get to their jobs and whatever else.
Right.
And so yeah, like if we're gonna have these boycotts, one is you talked about like how we can sort of underground business of for the ladies to get their hair, but we also got to look for how are we going to boycott a gas station?
the
How are we going to
same
get the
way,
gas? Like if
okay, so the same
Hey,
way.
they did it in a city where this
Never
Asian
mind.
man was hating, and they boycotted that gas station, and they made him sell it. They did. It was a gas station and a restaurant. They boycotted, like Sister Ronnie said. They boycotted outside in front, and they made him
They
sell
did.
it. And he ended up selling it to some black people.
They did it in Atlanta. The man just stood there 30
I
days
got you.
straight, and the business crashed and burned.
Didn't they do something to somebody black? And they
Yeah, they were
boycotted.
being rude.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
yeah,
were
they
being
did to
nasty and
somebody
rude,
black, and they
and he
end up
stood
having to
out in
sell it to
front.
them people. Yeah, they end up having to sell
Because
it to the people who
what
they
we
did
could
harm
do
to.
What we could do is have an app, like I suggested like 10 years ago. No, actually 4 years ago, where we just simply put them on a list. So when you go, you're getting ready to go in the gas station, you already know this person has a history of being racist and acting ignorant. So you won't go in there. Just go to another one until they all go away, or they get the message that you're going to be treated like a customer, not like a African slave in the Middle East, because that's what they're doing to you. They have a caste system, and they're
Right.
determined to put your black ass up in that bitch at all costs.
Mhm.
They're gonna make you a black fucking African fucking slave, no matter whether you like it or not. That's why they need to be put in their place. Broken. You can break these people, you just don't do it. You can break them with their money. Break them. They're hanging on a thread. Break them. Don't buy anything from them. If I can do it, everybody can do it. Just look for what you're trying to buy from somebody else.
I
Yeah.
always do American first anyway. 90% of the products I buy is either American first or black first.
Good.
So
Yeah. I see. Jess Kate. Did she come back? Oh, come on, Jess Kate. I see you came back.
Hey, how's my audio? Is it okay?
Yeah, you better
Yes.
now.
It's a lot
Much
better.
better.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. Like I was saying, my stepfather served in Vietnam, and for all the black soldiers that came back to a thankless country, where the same people they fought against was able to come to our home country and benefit uh from the freedoms that they fought for, it is it's truly a travesty, and that's really what Memorial Day was about. Uh, that's why we started Memorial Day. But to the loans for the illegal immigrants and stuff like that, Joe Biden, even though it was going on beforehand, Joe Biden just really just broke down any other doors to make sure these people get everything that they not supposed to have and everything that we always had to scrap and struggle to get. As far as saying you can't discriminate against somebody because of their uh, immigration status. So what does that mean? That means that these people can come over here and get loans. Uh, Forget about credit score. Forget about job history and stuff like that. For the people who own property and stuff like that, think of all the things you had to go through to acquire that property, to acquire the loan. But these people are able to come over here and buy homes and buildings and businesses in the neighborhoods that you grew up in and you found yourself not able to afford to live in anymore. So it's just like, at one point, are we going to try to take a stand? I live in Chicago. It's truly a travesty what's going on here. I learned something else new from another space, but they were saying how if you Google asylum seeker, no, refugee, asylum seeker, cash assistance. They got programs for illegals and they got programs to fast track these people into legal status. If you think about like DoorDash and Uber Eats and stuff like that, all those jobs, if you try to even just apply for those jobs right now, you can't get in. It's a waiting list for those jobs, whereas they used to offer a cash incentive. As these people become legalized and get put through the system, like in Chicago, they're giving them social security cards and citizenship. They really pushing it. They talk about it every council meeting. As this happens, they're gonna be able to compete with you on the jobs that you own. So when Trump was talking about black jobs and stuff like that, these are the jobs he's talking about. Right now, they can find the Uber Eats and DoorDash and whatever other job they get. But pretty soon, it's gonna open it up to everything else. So that's just something.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's back up. Did I just hear you say it's a waiting list to get on Uber?
Uber
Yes,
Eats
indeed.
and
Uber
DoorDash.
Eats, DoorDash, Instacart,
Yes,
Wow.
all that shit, dude.
you cannot do it. It's sold
That,
up by illegal immigrants. And
but
just one last thing, I'm not trying to monopolize your space. I appreciate the
No, no,
time.
no, you keep going, love. Keep going. You good?
So I live in the Austin area. It was on the news a few times. It made national news a few times for what they was trying to do with these illegal immigrants. And I'm in the process of trying to buy property. My It's a investment property. I already have my home. And most of the time I get outbidded by I'm trying to buy in a predominantly black area, same neighborhood I grew up in. I get outbidded by families of Hispanic people and everything else. And the Venezuelans that just got here 2 years ago was able to buy a home in Austin. Uh, and they just got here 2 years ago. Like I said, how can you qualify for that loan?
I see that shit in Atlanta. Like I'm in Atlanta now, and like it's ridiculous. Like Atlanta is expensive. Like now, you know what I'm saying? I'm from Birmingham. It used to be kind of cheap, but now it's like shit. This shit's expensive. But I see what you just said all over Atlanta. I'm like, how are y'all in these homes? What y'all have to realize is my friend circle of FBAs are all professionals. Like every last one of us is an attorney or medical doctor or something, and we all living in apartments and shit. Like, how are these people living in these big ass houses in Atlanta?
Yep.
Like, I just know
That's what
what are
Chris
you
Rock
doing?
said. Chris Rock said that he does not live next to other celebrities, that he lives next to doctors and lawyers, and doctors and lawyers are not as rich as he is, but he can't afford, or he can't get accepted to buy a house by white celebrities. So I don't know what's up with that at all. It's
Right.
about power structure.
It's a that's what I do at the core of Professor A. I'm a fucking social scientist, and that's really all I do is analyze structures of power all day long. And I wasn't looking for this, young people, ladies and gentlemen. I wasn't looking for what I stumbled upon. Oh shit, this ain't got a goddamn thing to do with you being going to school and or serving in the military. The military will give you that the VA home loan. That's a one up. But what this is about is some hidden power structure. In my opinion, we're looking at a hidden power structure. Now, I'm going to address one thing. We're going to move on to Midwest. The lady just said, Kate just said something interesting about Joe Biden. One of our problems, ladies and gentlemen, is we don't know true history. That's to a certain extent not our fault, but we need to kind of look for scholars and support our scholars who are historians like myself. Earlier in the space, I read something that I stumbled upon in a book I've read about 100 times. I find something new every time I read this book, Dr. Howard Zinn's masterpiece. He says, soon, this is 18, soon, after antagonism developed between the Irish Catholic Weavers. The Weavers was kind of like an impromptu, what do you call it? Like a union for okay, so the Irish were coming off the boats. Dr. Zinn says, quote, the Irish from Ireland fleeing starvation there when the potato crop failed were coming to America now packed into old sailing ships. The story of these ships differ only in detail from accounts of the ships that earlier brought blacks and later German, Italian, and Russian immigrants. Stop right there. So the Irish were fleeing over here, and he says soon, however, antagonism developed between Irish Catholics and native-born Protestant skilled workers over the issue of religion. In May 1844, there were Protestant Catholic riots in Kensington, a suburb of Philadelphia. Nativist anti-immigrant rioters destroyed the Weavers' neighborhoods. So whites, the Mayflower class, were not happy about the Irish coming over here and taking their shit. So they started fighting them. So Dr. Zen said middle class politicians soon led each group into different political party. The nativist into the American Republican Party, and the Irish into the Democratic Party. That's in 1844, ladies and gentlemen. So the Democratic Party in 1844, the Dixiecrat Party, aligned itself as a party of immigrants. So when she brought up Joe Biden, that made perfect sense to me because he's Irish. He was aligned with immigrants against nativists from the beginning, and his policies reflect as such. Midwest, talk to us.
Hey, I want to thank that sister. That was cool what she said. My mother, a few years ago, right around COVID, she had an apartment in Austin and she sold it to some Latinos. And this is the woman that would tell me, you're not black enough, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, hold on, why didn't you sell it to some other black people? Where they couldn't get their paperwork together. I said, so you couldn't help them? Now, moving forward, you got to be kind of careful when you talk about all these other people come from different places because this one lady, she's saying is racist and discriminatory to say something about like Vietnamese or any type of war refugee because a lot of them allegedly helped the United States in some way or fashion. And I'm thinking that even if we were to do something about it to counter them, they're going to label us as some type of arm of white supremacy that agrees with them.
Whatever, I don't care. They
Yeah,
do
but here's
that
the
they do that to handcuff you so you can't talk. So if you have a criticism against someone, you're xenophobic, you're transphobic, you're
I
xenophobic.
agree. I agree 100%. And going back to you, Professor, I am completely against ethnic enclaves. I think that when people come here, they should have to just pretty much immerse themselves into our culture. We shouldn't be have religious freedoms and all these other freedoms. No, we should completely become like the board, become one of us.
You
That's all I
know
have to say
what?
on
They
that.
said when in Rome, do as the Romans do, but they didn't mention the fact that Rome was spreading all over everybody's shit. So I'm going to make
Mhm.
you Rome, and now you do what I say. And they actually did that.
And there's some parallels. We went over Rome in lecture the other day, and unfortunately, there are a lot of parallels with the decline of Rome and where we are in America. America's an imperial. It's an empire, just like Rome. It's modeled after Rome. I'm not gonna get too deep into that, but it is, and we're looking at kind of like a Caligula. My students did a research project on Caligula and later Nero at the fall, and I'm seeing a whole parallels with what's going on now in our politics. Like I was we my students put on a documentary about Kamala Harris, and I mean I was like, man, this is like some Nero shit, man. Anyway, I digress. Twizzle, talk to us.
Nah, go ahead, cause I kind of this shit was deep. That was some beautiful stuff that y'all was spilling and everything, and it was deep. But go ahead, I kind of forgot my point, so I passed it. Who had their hand up?
Oh, nobody had a hand up, but the parallel I was talking about was Roman society when it started to decline, when things start to get fucked up. Well, number one, they fucked their money up. Now I'll pinpoint exactly when that money got fucked up. So what did Rome do? Listen closely, ladies and gentlemen. Rome had the talents. That's the name of their money. I thought that was a real cool name for a dollar bill. They call them talents. So the talents were gold coins. So they would when Caesar, who was that? Caesar, I forget the name, but it was before Caligula. When one of their leaders came in, I got his name on the tip of
It's
my tongue.
Tiberius.
Tiberius, there you go, Tiberius, and which a lot of historians say Tiberius was Satan. Tiberius was the Caesar that
You know
aligned with
why
the.
they call him Satan, right?
Well, they
He
do,
was
yeah.
throwing little kids
Tiberius was
off a
black.
cliff.
Tiberius was black, and
I
that's
don't
why he was frowned upon like that. You know what I'm
I don't
saying?
know
But
if
go
he was
ahead.
black, bro, because I've seen statues. That don't look like no black man to me. But I mean, you could be right. But they called him Satan. That's not the reason why historians have called him Satan. But just a little random fact: they call him Satan because his timeline aligns with the biblical statement of give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, give unto Rome, give unto God what is God's. That was if that was accurate, that would have been Tiberius. So they said, oh, he was. So historians draw the conclusion that Tiberius was Satan. But under Tiberius's campaign, which when things got real fucked up, Tiberius went around and collected all the talents. Like, give me your money, and he said, I'm going to make a perfect new talent with my face on it. So Tiberius melted all the gold talents, the coins down, and he mixed them. He mixed them. He essentially stole like 30% of the gold, and he mixed them as opposed to being pure gold. They were like 70% gold and 30% nickel. So he robbed the motherfucker. So he set up a ticking time bomb in society. What do I mean by that? He set up. It was only a matter of time before the people realized that their money was fucking worthless because other Caesars did it after Tiberius, but Tiberius got that ball rolling. Well, anyway, that happened in the fucking United States. When that happened in 1971. In 1971, during that Vietnam War, we initiated Operation Linebacker Two and Rolling Thunder, the Air Force. The Air Force, the United States Air Force dropped so many fucking bombs on places we shouldn't have been, like Cambodia and Laos, that we ran out of bombshells. And we had to turn around and buy. Germany bought our bombshells after World War II for scrap metal to rebuild their economy. and we sold them to them for what, like pennies on the dollar. I forgot the exact amount, but it was just nothing. Well, during the Vietnam War, the United States needed them back, so we bought them back like at fucking $8 a shell or something, making Germany making over 100% profit. Well, France peeped that out. France was like, "Oh no, no, America ain't that." You got to think about it. The dollar was backed by gold back then. It was on the gold standard, and France said, America ain't got that much fucking gold." How'd they know that? France knew we didn't have that much gold because France had us hold some of their gold at Fort Knox. So France peeped that Rolling Thunder, all that fucking money we were spending. They sent fucking warships. You never heard of this, have you? The French warships parked off the coast of the off the East Coast and sent fucking military officials to Fort Knox saying, "Give me my goddamn gold back." And we did. And Nixon, in a fear of other nations doing that, immediately took the dollar off the gold standard, just like Tiberius. Essentially, intellectually, that's what Tiberius did. So it's only a matter of time before the cat comes out the bag and people realize that the dollar is not worth what we think it is. Now they got away with taking it off the gold standard by putting it on the petrol standard, like saying that every dollar is worth, some oil. But what did Biden do with the electric cars? So we're looking at a fucking ticking time bomb, man. Stoic, talk to us.
Peace to the space. Um, it seemed like when the European had us, because we are our ancestors, build this country, their whole plan from the beginning was to invade this country with immigrants to take the land away from the people who it belonged to. It seemed like American politicians, 90% of them are tethers. As a whole, black, white, African, and we only got a few real American politicians, the few FBA politicians we have. And I don't think FBAs could go to Africa and could become a politician, a president, a senator. But I'm a land, but I'm not sure if like other countries allow immigrants to run their country and be politicians, and then we see why everybody get something except the people who the land originally belonged to. But I'll go ahead and land my plane.
Yeah, yeah, bro. I occasionally I still got a visa. I'm not sure if I'm gonna go next summer, but for the last couple summers I've gone to West Africa to do work before I was on space. Space is kind of like woke me up a little bit. But I was wondering, I was like, what the fuck? We went to Ghana and spent the summer in Ghana in 2023, summer 2023. And in Ghana, I was so confused. I was like, wait a minute, like why don't we have dual citizenship if we're from here? You know what I'm saying? Because I can link my father's side of the family to West Africa. Like I'm just agreeing with you, bro. Like it's a big finesse. It's like if I'm really your brother, it wouldn't hurt Ghana. It wouldn't hurt Ghana, Togo, or fucking. I don't even want any parts of Nigeria, so I'm gonna leave them out of this equation. But it wouldn't hurt Ghana any bit. To give us dual. As a matter of fact, that would bring more money to them.
Yeah,
You know what
I
I'm
don't know
saying?
why they don't. Ghana is the one country who I would have thought would have already done that. I don't understand why they're not the one country that's doing that. I don't understand it.
I do. They want money. They want you to pay for, they want you to pay the fees and shit. Like it's all a finesse, man. True Station, talk to us.
Hi everyone. I just wanted to touch on the whole boycotting thing. Um, there was a time, I mean, it seemed, of course, now we're more connected than we've ever been as far as being able to communicate with the internet and whatnot. But back in the day, in the 90s, this might age me again. I remember when something would pop off, no matter where it was, and it was time to boycott, we would. And I remember Denny's back in the day. I remember Denny's, there was like some secret service agents and a federal judge who got, who experienced racism at Denny's, and then all these stories started coming out, and there was a huge lawsuit against them, a civil lawsuit, and it cost them $54 million. And it was thousands of black people who complained about the service and discrimination they got at Denny's, and black people stopped messing with them for years. In fact, even to this day, I still know people who still don't deal with Denny's, and they had to do a lot of PR. They started trying to have scholarships, trying to invest in black black children, and saying that, oh, you know, we want to be a part of the community. Their advertisements started showing black people more, and but we just do not have that energy anymore. Because what these beauty supply stores do, you see the videos of them beating, accusing people of stealing who aren't, being real disrespectful and just reckless in how they deal with us and talk to us. So I just think that it would be very possible to boycott these outside businesses. In fact, we're dealing with this here, where I live in the Midwest. There's a Arab-owned gas station who has been very disrespectful to black patrons, and someone who is locally popular had an issue with them, and so we're collectively boycotting their business. So I mean, it is possible, and it's something that we need to do and something that we need to consider. And when it comes down to getting mortgage loans, it's like, why is your money in banks that you can't get a loan from? Like, why are you
Right, right.
depositing your paycheck every 2 weeks or whatever into a bank where you can't get a loan, can't get a mortgage, and then they turn around and loan your money out to someone else? And so I'll land there.
Well, the first thing I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I'm gonna say the quiet part out loud. We have a whole bunch of talk, ladies and gentlemen, of we need to organize and boycott, and all that's true. But we need to look back at history and analyze the first steps. The first steps is to is the first steps is to handle. Let me think of a professional way to say this. To handle our professionally handle our traders from within. Dr. Claude Anderson brings up a good point in his um, book Black Labor, White Wealth when he talks about meritorious manumission. Dr. Anderson says, quote, meritorious manumission was not only used as an instrument to reward blacks, but it was a device for destroying black unity and race loyalty. So we got a lot of Negroes running around here issuing meritorious manumission. Those of you who don't know what that is, Dr. Anderson says meritorious manumission, quote, was the legal act of freeing a slave for good deeds as defined by national public policy. Meritorious manumission could be granted to a slave who distinguished himself by saving the life of a white master, inventing a new medicine, or snitching on fellow slaves. I would go so far as to say it was a third. It was the most frequent
I
snitching. On what? So what? You said
I
something?
was going to say, I just wanted to clarify that that big beat down that happened in the nail shop that went viral. That was Caribbeans. They all showed up in court, and every one of the people involved was foreign as hell. There was no Americans in there. I'm not saying that they don't try to hit Americans, because I've seen these Asian shops fight white women and chase them out on the parking lot just because they called him out for selling fake handbags, which you're not even supposed to be selling from the nail shop to begin with, but whatever. They have these fights because they're trying to rip Americans off. They're rip-off artists. Okay. And people, they get their nails done very efficiently. They probably have a lot of so many customers that they do your nails very quickly. And that's why people go to do it. I don't go there. I don't care what they do in there. But I see these other countries using our blueprint, and it's working. They really have boycotted certain things and have really harmed those companies. So I noticed that the Palestinians and the Israelis, um, the Palestinians use some of our boycott techniques and our blueprints for advocating for themselves, and I'm glad to see them doing that, because I'm not doing it for them. There's 400 million Arabs and billions of Islamic people. You're not burning up my energy. Leave us alone.
Well, Wani, I agree with you, but we need some type of protocol in place to handle the meritorious manumission class before we come up with a plan to
I
boycott.
agree.
Because because I've seen it once. I've seen it a million times. They'll run and snitch. I'm dealing with that shit now. I got a secretary, and that let me be quiet. I'm talking about my job. Let me be quiet. But let me leave that alone. But that yeah, we just need to somehow, and I don't have the answer. I just know we need to identify the meritorious manumission class, and I would argue that the immigrant class are aware of meritorious manumission. None of this stuff has gone away, people. They know they'll get a one up by snitching on us, or you know, that's what it's all about. We see meritorious manumission at the colleges. Let me prove it to you. On the departments, at university departments of physics, departments of research and development, they're dominated by who? The Chinese and really the Indians now, the Eastern Indians. And what are they doing at these universities to get that PhD? They're developing new techniques, new devices, new inventions for who? For corporations. That's meritorious manumission, man. Robert Blue, how are you? Talk to us, brother. I love your new song. It's dope.
Go ahead, Robbie. Come off. He gonna have to go. Robbie,
I barely hear you. Okay, I thought that was mine. I was looking for the speaker
we
button.
had him waiting
His
so long that he
thing
disintegrated.
broke. I'm gonna
Let me
do.
let me
I
send
want
him
to
a
do.
message.
I want to do an intermission joke that I mentioned before in another room.
One.
Um, remember I said
Oh,
I live near.
good.
Remember I said I live near a wedding venue, and I don't think anybody can hear me.
I hear
Hey,
you,
And
one.
Tootie, I'm sorry.
okay, and they always play Black American music at the end of it. They started off earlier today playing mariachi music. And I noticed everybody was leaning on the wall, just like they did when they had an Arab wedding, and they were leaning on the wall when they were playing traditional Arab music. So they finally give up again. They gave the hell up, and they put all Black American music is playing now. And these are all Mexicans. So here we go again. They tried it, and now they're right back to playing Black American music because nobody will dance. No one's dancing to mariachi music unless they're weird.
I see that a lot too, Wani. I see they'll have parties with the college kids and stuff, and they'll bump like some FBA music, like about 10 songs, and then try to sneak a Latin dance song in. And it'll work for a split second, like the Latin, the Hispanics to get up and start doing the little thing for a minute, and then you can feel the energies like, oh man, this is.
Can you hear me now, Professor?
Yes, we
I hear you,
can.
Robbie. Come on.
Man, I think they did that on purpose because what I was about to say was the thing I like about spaces like this is because they help us come up with solutions. Now, I think I found out a loophole to solve our problem. And my first question is, can civil rights legislation either be amended or changed, or can we propose new civil rights legislation? And the reason why I say that is since see everyone tried to classify themselves as white and they couldn't be classified as white. So where we're getting screwed over is allowing everyone to come in as a minority. What we need to do
Mm.
to get around that minority thing is to have lineage based civil rights legislation. See?
Fully
Once we have
agree.
once we have lineage based civil rights legislation, we could argue, well, everyone that's classifying themselves as white, you know what I mean? They're not eligible for it
But
because it's.
Robbie, we already
Oh
have.
my God! Please don't go, Art, because you're about to make me lose my train of thought,
Oh,
man.
go ahead, go
I'm
ahead.
being,
Hold up, Art. Put your hand up. I'll get to you in a
I'm,
minute.
I'm,
Go
I'm
ahead,
being
Robbie.
dead serious because again, remember, this is all about loopholes. You're dealing with lawyers. They've, you got to notice everything they push back. When Martin Luther King was talking about getting the check, they put a bullet in him. As soon as we start talking about delineation and lineage base, right? Because we could say the descendants of slaves, right? Need civil rights legislation specifically for us, especially now since we've seen how everything else was finagled. Because the insult to injury is you got people who can classify themselves as white, but then also be minorities. So you can have white women, midgets, all these other people, all these other fake minority groups. They have white on their driver's license, but they're Asian. They have white on their driver's license, but they're Hispanic. So that what that means to me is, okay, we need to propose lineage based civil rights to either amend what was done in the past to close that loophole, especially since they got rid of affirmative action. And I think that that's possible. I think moving forward, everything needs to be lineage based because it seems like they can't really finagle or remix that. You know what I mean? Because you're describing specific harm and conditions and you're presenting the reason why. You know what I mean? And since it's already on the books, there should be a way to kind of like amend it, I would think, since it's already been there.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So what do you guys think about that?
And it's not our fault
I
because we didn't
go ahead.
anticipate all of these people coming over here doing this to our lineage. We're not an equivalent to white Americans. Black American, the term Black American is not equivalent to the term white American. Okay? White American means anybody who comes from Europe. They all have they're not victims of ethnocide at this point. They have their religions, they have their last names. They are agreeing to come here, classify themselves as white, and they have retained their full culture in Poland or wherever they came from. We, on the
Right.
other hand, are not. Black Americans are not a title where any ragtag person from Africa or the Caribbean or here or there can come over. That's not the equivalent. We are an amalgamated people. We are an ethnogenesis that happened here in America. White Americans are not. They're just white. They're just white. They're saying they're white, and anyone of European descent can claim this. That is not what a Black American is. It is a group of people that was created here. They were not created here. Most of them, if they do their DNA profile, it's going to show that they are European. If you do ours, it's going to show a lot of things.
Well, and that's very true. But I think we need to look at systems, like the systems of control. Robbie, what you said was very true. We need people in Congress to I'll write that bill like an amendment. But first, what do we got to do? We got to get rid of the meritorious manumission class of Congress people in our midst, right? And replace them with our own. This is going back to Claude Anderson to me, like the whole what's his book, Powernomics. We need to pay our politicians. We need to get money together to pay our politicians off so they serve our interests. But I want to identify something because Wani was making me think
Real quick
of how
though,
this system.
is
Go
Robbie
ahead.
was Robbie done? I want to make sure that Robbie was done making his point before we move on, because I
Yeah,
don't.
Right
yeah. I,
on.
I just proposed that because I feel like you guys know more about that than me. So I just wanted to hear, if it was something that was plausible, if it was just out there, because it seems like what makes everyone uncomfortable is the fact that things are being lineage based. See, it's not race based. So they can't put. It's not for minorities. It's not for race. It's not for anybody else to leech on. And see, here's the thing: they did themselves a disservice since the 80s by classifying themselves as white anyway, so they no longer can say they're a minority. They no longer can say they're a victim, and they no longer can practice
Right.
anti-black racism without an expiration date. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I teach con law. I teach two sections of that this year, and words are fucking outrageously important. So, yeah, we need to propose a bill. We need to find the Johnny Cochran class of sharp attorneys, not no Attorney Alton used to say something real important. He said a lot of black people need to leave law alone because law is you can fuck something up big time. You know what I'm saying, with the wrong words. So in brief, yes, we need an amendment, and we need it to pass where we amend the loophole. So you're very correct, Robbie. I want to point out something about whites that Wani made me think of, quote unquote whites. Dr. Howard Zinn said the need for slave control led to an ingenious device, paying poor whites themselves so troublesome for 200 years of Southern history to be overseers of black labor and therefore buffers for black hatred. He also says religion was used for control. So those are two other venues of control over us were um, these quote unquote immigrant class who identify as white were put into leadership positions over us, and then that ideology was reinforced with religion. Just FYI. Arthur. Oh, I'm sorry. Art. Good. Let's Art. You had a
I thought it was
response.
Arthur.
Oh, Art had a response to Robbie.
Yeah, yeah. I, I don't understand why we need any new legislation. Every time we do this new legislation thing, it's nothing but a trick bag. I put a thing up there. The article reads: Reparations to African Americans, the only remedy for the United States failure. I want to stress United States government's failure to enforce the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. When you talk to like a judge about jurisprudence, 90% of what the law is intent. And the intent of those laws were meant for a particular group of people. So we don't need new laws. We need them to enforce the old ones. Because if they make new ones, they're just going to add new verbiage that's not intended for us. You see what I'm saying? So like, and I also added on that. If you go that further down, it shows all the legislation, not just that, but all the legislation they did for us. Like anything from education to the protections. Like we just need them to enforce stuff that they already
That's
made.
correct. That's true.
So
You already have a hate crime bill, but
and and
yeah.
and to the boycott thing, you could boycott this too. And I've mentioned this. We just need the speaker role vacant, which means you do not need everybody on board. There's like 435 people in the House. You need maybe five that will vote for reparations and won't vote for the speaker, and maybe 10. I think they held. I don't remember the last speaker, McCarthy. They got moved out, but it could have been more than 5 or 10 people to hold it hostage. And no new legislation gets made under that circumstance, and that's all we need until they enforce our legislation that's already on the books. We don't need them to make new legislation because they're just going to spend more of our money. You see what I'm saying? So like, we can literally boycott legislation. So I've been trying to point this out, but just that's why I wanted to say to your point, Robbie, that we already have we're the only group that has all the legislation on the books. Like we're the only group that don't need new legislation. That would include even white people. We're literally the only group. But I'll end it there.
All right, Arthur, talk to us.
Well, well, Robbie said earlier, we really don't need any more legislation. The reason why I say that is because they left all the Reconstruction amendments and all the Reconstruction era laws wide open because Congress didn't go back and repeal any of those Reconstruction era laws. Period. They didn't do anything. What they did was they went behind back doors and stripped it by the parties. They didn't do any legislation. They just told the Republican Party, "Can you remove your federal troops from the South?" They didn't go to do any legislation to remove those federal troops from the South. So they just left this door wide open for us to always invoke breach of duties under Reconstruction era laws, and we have over 160 of them that we can actually invoke all the time based on our historical ties to Reconstruction. And I think that a lot of times that people we try to say we got to do this and do that, but really it's right in front of us. They violated the law. Parties cannot make any can't do any work unless they legislate. You can't go and do some backdoor deals and not legislate. So that's what they did. So and the thing about the white and the black and all of this stuff, all the way up to like 1866, there was only color, and then they kind of mixed in race with color around the 1866, and from there forward, it's always been race. It kind of over time they diluted color, and now it's just race. Because you don't hear anything about color anymore. You're always going to hear about race. So what I'm trying to say is that they're trying to block us in with black, and if you use black a lot, they're going to say that's race. They're not going to say it's an ethnicity. Then they're going to go back and say, well, your ethnicity is African American. But then you got all these people coming in from everywhere, from African countries, saying that I'm African American. So we have to kind of stay within our Reconstruction era time of freedmen. If you step outside of that, then you get trapped into the racial side of it. That's kind of where I look at it from my point of
Hmm.
view.
Robbie, what's your response?
My response, just to clarify again, I wasn't necessarily talking about reparations. I was talking about closing the spigot so these other people respectfully can't fall underneath that, clause where it's for all, what they call them, protected classes. So if we can have
Mm,
it with the language saying freedmen or FBA, right? When you change that civil rights legislation, it basically enhances every all the laws that you say previously on the books. But to me, it closes off the spigot because we have people who are basically freeloaders, man. They have us footing the bill and they're double dipping. So they cosplay as a minority to get benefits and to get tax money. But then when it comes to social norms, they know exactly what it means to be white. And not only do they practice anti-black racism, they identify and think, right, to be supportive of what the dominant society has going on. In other words, they always aspired to be white. They didn't aspire to be a minority. A minority was just the next best thing, and they let us crack the door open. So aren't we complaining outside of just immigrants that we have other fake minorities basically uh getting reparations? You know what I mean? They are basically getting their reparations now off of our work. You get what I'm saying?
absolutely. And I'm gonna lean towards Robbie. Although y'all, this is interesting dialogue, and all of y'all are art. You're making great points, Arthur. I don't really disagree with y'all, but I'm leaning more heavily towards Robbie from personal experience. These words are essential with the like the execution of a grant with money and law. Words are everything. It hit me real hard in 2022. Me and my colleague at the college where I was teaching at wrote a grant. Well, I did COVID-19 research for a United States congressman, and I was going to these black neighborhoods in Memphis and Mississippi Delta, collecting all this information from FBA grandmama. And they were so sweet and helping me out and, getting my reports looking good. And I was like, man, why am I not giving them anything? Because the grant was like $100 million. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, me and my colleague wrote a grant to get them some gift cards, get them some food, get them some stuff they wanted. The grant got was executed, and I was walking out the door with gift cards to give these people money for helping me with their data and their qualitative and quantitative data they were helping me with. And I got stopped at the door by a Sambo administrator who told me, given the fact it says minorities in my grant, which the grant had minorities in there, I had to split up all that money between all the minority groups, even in light of the fact that I did not gather data from the other minority groups. I still had to give them the money. So Robbie's right. The words got to be cleaned up. Arthur, talk to me.
Well, what I'm saying is that I think that a lot of us try to mix in, like say for instance, you said minority, and then you go back, you say black, then everybody can really identify with those two different distinctions, So my point is that if we're going to live within a box and that no one actually can get in, we have to live in that lifestyle of that box. Because if you live in race, then everybody's going to be a part of that. You live in minority, everybody can be a part of that. If you live within a freedman culture and freedman lifestyle, you know who we are. There's no ifs, ands, or buts because you got to show paperwork for that. I think that if we continue to try to do everything that the Europeans set up for us for race and minority, and they're going to come up with a whole different type of strategy, try to bring in freedmen to other stuff. We need to stay within that culture and that lifestyle because it's something new for us because we're having to retrain our brain from what we was indoctrinated to think from 1865 to from parent from parent to parent to parent, teaching us that the way we should be talking, the way we should be thinking. We have to change everything that we used to do. If you really want what we want out of this government and we want what we want out of these institutions and these corporations, we have to sit within a box. I know it's easy. I know that we want to help everybody, but we can't help anybody more. We got to be selfish. There's the Native Americans, they are selfish people. The Jews, they are selfish people, and we have to learn how to be selfish.
I just want to add that I with the push for legislative intent, and this that would be advocate for not changing the laws, and literally advocating behind legislative intent. And Ketanji Jackson did something similar when uh, she was pushing back on I forget who she was pushing back on, but I know you guys know what I'm talking about, because she referred to the intent or legislative intent of the law. If we stick with that, we get leverage because we can literally be the only group that doesn't care if new legislation gets pushed. And that's a powerful, because we were just talking about boycotts earlier. If you don't see the power of being able to boycott Congress with 5 reps because you're the only group in the country that don't need new legislation, I don't know what else to tell you, because you have them make new legislation, they can make that intent anything. They can make up stuff of what the intent of that situation was, and that's what dangerous territory you walk down by getting new legislation. Every new legislation piece opens the door for immigrants. It doesn't close it. And I'll land it there.
Well, I want to remind you that the Supreme Court is allowed they're allowed to view constitutional law through several lenses, and it's called original intent. Original intent is one of them. But basically, I'm not going to bore y'all with the list. It's kind of long, but basically, if you read the list, in short, they're allowed to make the Constitution whatever the fuck they want. Original intent is dangerous because they're reading the Constitution through the lens of the original intent of the framers of the Constitution. So when you're looking at it that way, we the people don't mean us, do it? You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but you have
Seven
to
boards.
at least go into why the laws were made, and that's what I said. I wish I could pull that Kataji clip up, because she does an excellent job of cornering them using that very same tactic.
It's tricky. Go ahead, seven board.
Yeah, about you was saying earlier about how at the universities they got a lot of these immigrants working in the physics departments. Yeah, cause I postdoc and at a university in the physics department, and the and you're talking about research is used can be monetized for corporate America. Yeah, that's true too, because my research could be used for stealth aircraft and stuff like that. But the guy under whom I work, he's Chinese, and and we're cool. Not there's no big deal between us, and but in the state of Louisiana, they passed a law that says that foreign nationals like Chinese can't own land. So he went and testified against that law to the state legislature. And one day, man, I like when I heard he did that, I say, look, I had to tell him, man, you need to stay in your lane. You don't know what you're talking about. Because he thinks, it's going to be against all Chinese. I'm like, and so what if it is? But yeah, because like that's what they do. I mean,
That was a mistake.
you,
All right,
you,
that
yeah.
was a mistake. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, because I'll yield the mic on that, but yeah, that's like what it is they do. I mean, like they, they come over here, and they buying up land, and we're trying to put a stop to it, and here he is, he's trying to sabotage that. I'll yield the mic on that.
Well, that shit needs to be illegal in the first place. That happened to me and my wife when we moved to Memphis. We found this little house. We both were in, she's in medical school, I was in grad school, but we were broke. But we found a house that was 160,000, a cute little house, $160,000 in a neighborhood called Bartlett, and we had it. So we were gonna buy it. Went to got approved and went to go sign the paperwork and got outbid. Somebody was gonna pay more than what the house was, listed as. And we later found out that so the house got bought and it just stayed like fucking vacant for 2 years, like growing weeds. Nobody was cutting the yard, like nobody was fixing it. And I did some searching and found out that that house was bought by a Chinese corporation. Like, why is that legal? Why are they allowed to buy houses from American citizens? Somebody needs to address that.
Democrats.
You say it better than me, my friend. Um, but back to the whole issue of meritorious manumission and how universities are being, foreign nationals are being used to develop intellectual property for corporations. I got three words for you. Three letters for you rather. MIT. If you go to MIT and walk around their departments, you'll see plaques from corporations that y'all all know. Some of them military contractors. So that's just the name of the game, my friend. Come over here, help us develop something, and we'll give you a PhD. I heard a really interesting interview earlier today. I was listening to Joe Rogan at work, and Joe had a PhD on there. He said something so powerful that helped me understand why education is failing on a massive scale. What the gentleman on Joe Rogan's podcast said is to get these advanced degrees, you basically have to agree with people. Like you have to write when you're writing your dissertation, you have to agree with what they think about something. So basically, it reproduces the same. It's the same old, which isn't working. But I
That's not
digress.
my experience.
No
Oh,
innovation either. Yeah.
that's a better way of saying it. No, no innovation. Well, how was that not your experience?
I mean, like I wasn't told you had to, because my board when I got for my PhD, that wasn't. It was basically, you do your research, you prove what it is you have. It wasn't like you had to confirm their biases.
Well, shit, man, you went to a better university than I did. When I wrote, I was
You
thinking about,
UH.
yeah, I was thinking about doing something on doctor, what I'm saying, on the I am a man movement, and I proposed that, and my grades dropped, and I got threatened by a professor, and I was told a professor fucking on my committee told me why this motherfucker said, why don't you write about Elvis? He liked black people.
That
So
is insane.
Oh well, I was in the physics
yeah,
department,
yeah,
so
I'm so fucking dead serious. And then you're in a position where you can't really say shit because you're like, I'm halfway in and y'all can kick me out. They actually put me on academic probation behind that. But anyway, I don't want to talk about that anymore. Andy,
Well, education is an institution, and it is an institution created solely for the sustainment of white supremacy. A lot of
there you
a lot
go.
of money has been poured into education to keep it that way. So for the gentleman to say that wasn't his experience, that may not have been his experience, but it's most certainly the purpose. All of our information is a continued extrapolation of the first premise of any educational foundation, and that is that white knowledge supersedes any other knowledge and contributions made by other people. So I would have to uh, respectfully disagree with that. Now, when author and art were speaking about um, staying with our legislation that is currently on books, I also would like to bring out another point that I think our spaces have succinctly, and if I might say, Dr. Allen, this is a compliment to you, expertly have exposed, is that blackness in and of itself is anathema to our laws and constitution, which is why we have laws that don't have to be enforced on behalf of the people that it was created. So, i.e., I say that Black people are a symbolism of oppression, they are a symbolism of marginalization, they are a symbolism of second class citizenship upon which everyone else may build upon to elevate, but not the Negro. There is a part of law, and I think it was called, I know it was by a Justice Taney, that said that Black people or a Black man, quote, has no right by which a white person must ever obey. You don't have your humanity does not have to be recognized. It will be
That sounds like Dred
Yes,
Scott.
it's in there as well. You're right, it is part of the Dred Scott. I'm just calling this from memory, so I can't do it verbatim. Forgive me. But I'd like to go back to the freedmen issue. And we have um, studied the freedmen issue thoroughly. The only problem with that is that that too has been diluted. So when you look up legislation and law pertaining to freed men, that is to include immigrants and refugees. Now, I want you all to realize something that Barack Obama and an Asian lady did. And that means that every precedent, legal precedent, attached to Black people, which now we can't even use to describe ourselves, has been eradicated. He made Negro a slur and an antiquated moniker that has no legal standing anymore. He's done that with Negro. The Congress, our laws have done that with Black. So unfortunately, we're actually placed in a position to have to come up with a new ethnonym that we can get OMB, the Office of Managerial Budgets and Bureau, to uh, what is it? What's the word I'm looking for? To ratify. We've tried this and we've failed because the Black bourgeoisie and the African coalitions came against us, refusing to disambiguate from the catch-all phrase of African American and Black American. So that's something that really that we're still going to have to fight to disambiguate from the rest of the diaspora. You know, when I use the term diaspora, I even hate to use that in regards to us because we're not part of the diaspora. Everybody knows that we are foundational Black Americans. Another term why we can't use that.
Black people are the diaspora.
Yes.
We are the diaspora. This is our land. This is our world. Has anyone heard about what's happening? Has anyone heard about what's happening in
Sharia, hold up.
Sahara?
Calm down.
Sharia,
She's
hold up, put
she's
your hand. Okay, yeah, she's
she's
going
in the
crazy.
audience.
What's
Yeah, because I'm
happening?
trying to hear what Andy's saying. I hate it when people do
Yeah,
that.
Andy, you cooking.
Uh,
Keep going, Andy.
well, I'm sorry, Sharia. I know I probably made you angry. That wasn't my intent. The reason why I say I don't like to use the term diaspora, referring to Black Americans, because we are foundational to this country. The problem with that I'm starting to see is the reason why we can't use foundational and Black. I've already covered the Black part, but the foundational part. Do you realize that when this country was colonized and slavery was being implemented, we had a lot of slave trade here, slave traders here, and obviously they were African. Well, those people have now been rolled into our ethnonym as that. And if you continue to use like the foundational part, it waters down the separateness of those people who actually went through enslavement. So that's why we have to go to like American descendants of slavery, or is it
What are we doing here,
DOS?
Andy? What are we doing here?
Like has immigration in the USA. I was just answering about the what we need to do as far as legal. I agree with the majority of what our people are saying. The thing about it is us getting that name right is going to be one of the most crucial things that we do
Well,
going
AD,
forward.
but we don't. For most of us, don't use ADOS, and we're not going to. So that's where we will heavily have a disagreement.
Okay.
That foundational
Yeah,
Black American
yeah, yeah,
can't be remixed.
yeah. I love you, Andy. I think you're a
Yeah,
genius.
we can't be
But
doing that
but
in these
that
spaces.
but but what we're gonna let me help give you some insight. When you look at ADOS, from my view, as somebody who studies this stuff, that could be an American descendant of slavery. Guess what? That could be a Jamaican that came over here and became a naturalized citizen because he descended from the diaspora, the slave trade. So what I'm trying to say is ADOS in theory sounds good, but in my opinion, it won't stand the test. It will allow too many people into our claim. An
Are
American descendants.
Americans,
Hell, you
Black
could
Americans, are we part of the diaspora?
According to the school books, yes. Diaspora means dispersion. Like so the dispersion of people from the slave trade. So I have my opinions on it, but according to the books, we are. I have dissenting opinions, but all I'm saying, Andy, I'm not gonna get in a long diatribe, is foundational Black America is hard. It's hard to remix. I haven't heard anybody remix it yet. It's very specific. Now, going back to Alton attorney Alton, he says we need to be careful with law and leave that to a certain group of people because law can come around and fuck you up, just like the whole minority thing that has fucked us up royally.
I
You have to
am
be
Latin.
careful with words.
I'm Hispanic.
Oh my
Go
goodness.
away. Go away. Bye bye.
Mhm.
Adios,
Chill your
I'm
nipples.
black.
What
Freedom
does
says
that
ain't
stand got
like
to do with anything, though?
You're gone. Don't let her back up. She needs to take her
She's
medicine.
blocked. She's blocked.
Sounds like she could
What
change her
is that?
batteries.
Let's let Arthur
What just
talk.
happened?
Let Arthur talk because
Go
he
ahead,
works
Arthur.
on the
Well,
OMB.
I want to address something that Andy said. Um, only it's 47 states still use Negro. Only three states that doesn't use Negro is New York, California, and Washington State. So Negro is still on the books in all 47 states. You don't need the OMB, the federal government, to recognize you because states can stand on their own and use Negro. On the other part about the freemen and refugees, those are not intermixed. You had two different statuses: freemen and refugee. They still use refugee today for refugees. That's still a status of its own. That's the reason why they get temporary status here in the United States. Freeman is still of its own. It's historical with us. That means we consider Freeman descendants. The reason why we use American Freeman because we are Freeman descendants. So there is no cross cosplay between people who is. I don't like to use race because race is a social construct. When you start trying to apply race with freedmen, you can't combine them, and it's race neutral. You can't combine them. So if someone so happens to be like I have family members that married into the slave owners, and we actually have cemeteries. One side is my family, on the other side is the previous masters or owners of my family. We have family that actually married into uh, the master family, so they're kind of intermixed. But still, you're gonna still have that bleak period where I got some really high yellow family members that I could say they look very white to me, but they're actually still freedmen. So freedmen descendants, But you also got to think about this too. People who are going after restitution, any type of repair, and they think of that way, they may not get involved. They don't want to be seen as us. They really don't want to be seen as us. They don't want to be seen as the people who was once enslaved and the descendants of slaves. So they're not going to step their foot into that. So I just want to make sure that everybody understand that when they talk about well, these white people, they're not going to step their foot into it. They don't want to be us. They don't want to. They don't want to be seen less than them. So I just wanted to make sure that y'all understand that. But there is a difference. So I want to go back to the 47 states. All 47 states still use Negro. So don't be on this thing that the federal government has to recognize you because they wasn't recognizing us way before then until they supposedly have freed us from slavery. But every state stands on their own, so you can use it in that state. So that's why I land there.
Yeah, he's right. The constant in my pro se opinion, the Constitution has something called the supremacy clause, which basically says that the Supreme Court is a law of the land, except but for safety. So the states get to choose what they do their own thing with respect to safety. So they play little games with the supremacy clause. But words are really important, and I haven't found a way. I've tried to test foundational Black American to try to remix it, and I can't remix it. It's specific. Whereas ADOS has some vagary in it. It's a good idea, but I don't think it will stand up
Oh, and Professor,
in
you
a
can
legal setting.
go past supremacy clause with the Tucker Act or the Torts Claim Act. You just gotta be very creative, but you get past it.
Right on. Shay, talk to us.
Okay, I just wanted to jump in on that part just to get some clarity. I'm going to say I had started a group called the Black Americans Women Movement around 2014. Now, when but in that mission statement, it does says American descendants of chattel slavery. And the only reason why I put chattel slavery in is because when we're in New York City, we was fighting the CPS and ACS when they were taking people children, predominantly black children, 90% at the time, 15 years ago. No, going back 20 years ago, time is flying. Okay, so, and our argument was, and then you had a lot of Latinos, and they were using I didn't get it back then. I didn't get it. They were using American descendants of slavery. So now it's coming to me as to, but they would use American descendants of slavery. I was like, wait a minute, they're not descendants of slaves, but they were saying it. That was back then. So I use American descendants of chattel slavery. So I just need some clarity on that. Is chattel slavery, does that make a difference or no?
You said some Hispanics were saying this.
Yes.
Why?
Because it had to do with slavery. We
They
were
aren't.
fighting.
They were not enslaved in the United
No,
States.
they wasn't. So
Yeah,
I
but
still.
you gotta be careful on that. Just so you know, because
Okay.
we do have ancestors that was slave that crossed the Mexico border, so we do have them
Facts.
there too. So you gotta be very careful on that. So
So not to use
Yeah, yeah.
chattel.
No. Let's look. Let me help. We're making this more complicated than what it is. My equity professor in law school said law is rigid. What he was meaning is it's kind of it's rigid. There's no room for in no wiggle room in law. It's just rigid. It is. So basically, look at it. American descendants of slavery. So basically, according to my equity professor, the question would become: is he or she American? Yes. Is he or she a descendant of slavery? Yes. So let's look at it. A Jamaican who becomes a naturalized American citizen, is that's Jamaican an American? Yes. Is this Jamaican a descendant of slavery? Well, if he was part of the slave trade, yes.
No.
So guess what?
We're
Well, I'm
talking.
just saying.
We're talking like,
What?
with all due respect to the room and the host and everyone in here and on the stage. We're talking like no one has ever had this conversation. We've been through the OMB. A lot of us have been through the ropes together. So there's no reason
Right.
to sit on this stage and pretend that we've never had this conversation before and that we've never gone through these scenarios. We already
Yeah,
understand.
this is like
And
I've
I'm
six
been
not
on
months
all
old
saying
of
or
it's
something.
these
you
too.
because
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's you,
Okay.
Professor, because you're more new
No.
to the Twitter circle. But this is a rodeo that we have played again and again and again. So I'm wondering what the motive is at this point.
That's
I'm
a good point,
side
Nikki.
eyeing some people in this space because what is the motive for all of a sudden trying to switch things up? When we have already explained this over and over again, we've had several conversations about this. This is a reparations movement. We've already decided why we use foundational, why we use Black American, and we all have already said that we are a lineage. We are not an organization with chapters. So what is up with that?
So ADOS is an organization, you're
I
saying?
missed that part about why we
No,
use
but on
foundation.
my,
That's all I was asking.
for me, this is way before ADOS. So that's why I was asking clarity because some of our people
They're
still
not
use it.
chattel. Okay, so they're not. They don't descend from freedmen. You know what freedmen are? Those are the people that were freed by the Emancipation Proclamation. They're not. They don't have anything to do with it.
Okay.
Nikki brought up a really good point. That's not even in the topic of this discussion. And I did join the spaces when that whole was an issue, and it's kind of clouding the water. So since I'm hosting this space, I'm gonna say FBA is a stronger term, and we'll just leave it there. I think FBA is not remixable, and that's that. I don't even know why we're talking about this.
I wanted to ask a
Um,
quick question. She said that her organization was called Women Against something. Why just women?
Black American Women's Movement.
Why
That was
just
started
women? Why
because it
just
was,
women?
oh, because that's the way I started it. It was for black women, black American women, period, to fight against everything we fight against every day.
And the men don't fight against these things?
Yeah, the men does.
Well, then why are they excluded?
Well, um, at the time, that's the way
See,
I
I
just
don't like gender
characterized it.
division. This is gender division.
Well, I didn't see that at the time.
It is. You said you're fighting against
All types
CPS
of
or
system. Yeah, but
taking
CPS,
children. Don't the men
HCS,
have children? Don't the men
how
have children?
men have children. Yeah, we
How do
work
you
with
guys? I
men.
don't understand how you guys separate men and women. That's basically the end of humanity. That there's no such thing as separating men and women. It doesn't. It makes no sense. It's
Mhm.
nonsensical. It doesn't even make sense. How you can't survive? That's basic survival, and you're just cutting half of the people away.
That goes
Mhm.
into that whole Francis Cress Welsing theory on white supremacy, like, you know what I'm saying, dividing the black woman from the black man.
Oh, we fight for our men. That's some of us. But yeah, that was the goal at the time,
What goal?
for women to get together,
But
and because we are the backbone.
they can. No, you're not. They
We're
can
not the
do
Oh,
that.
backbone.
You can
Who's
do
the
that.
backbone? Tell
You
me,
can.
who's the backbone?
Men and women.
Yeah, okay,
We
men and
wouldn't
women,
have
but we
any
still the
bones without. We
backbone.
wouldn't have any
We the
bones unless
backbone
men
of
and
our
women were
men.
involved.
We support our
Okay, but
men.
listen, you could have an all woman group. Everybody in there is a woman, but just don't name it that. I mean, you may be in an area where men aren't interested, just like a lot of men are in areas, and women are not interested in politics, and they are. It just depends on what area you're
Hmm.
in. But to these groups that are saying women only, and it's about women, I just wonder why that has come about. Who is just brainwashing people into dividing themselves from men? I just wonder what that is.
Mm.
Hmm.
that's a whole nother space that goes into Marxism and ideology coming out of
Mm.
that Nazi Germany. That Nazi Germany to that's that New World Order stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the sad thing is the term that describe that is an unwitting agent. What was it? Useful idiot and unwitting agent. Some people are agents of, and I'm not necessarily talking about you, Shay, but I'm saying a lot of
Mhm.
people are agents of chaos, and they don't even fucking believe. They don't even realize that they're spreading something that's destroying themselves. I'm looking for a quote from Dr. Welsing that really covers that. So y'all give me 1 minute. I'm gonna find
I'll
that
help you
quote.
look for
We
it too
just
while we're at it.
we
But
just saw
one,
Obama try to divide. Oh, the men aren't participating. Somebody should slap him upside of his
Sure
stupid
did,
head.
yeah,
Wani.
And that woman came out and said men and black men and women vote very similarly. What are you talking about?
Nina Turner. Yep, she did.
And it's ridiculous to divide. That's a divide and conquer. Oh, we women, we don't want to be like those stupid men. We're gonna go out and vote for
Hmm.
Kamala. Do you see how stupid they think people are? And in reality, everybody is needs to leave those people alone because they're worthless. They are simply worthless individuals. Boycott.
Hmm.
Again, that's the answer to everything. I do this in my personal life. I wouldn't advise you to do something that I haven't found to be extraordinarily effective, and that is ignore the fuck out of things. Just ignore it.
Hmm.
Boycott the hell out
Sh-
of it.
Shay, what was the name of your organization
Okay, it's
again? One more
called the
time.
Black American Women's Movement, and it's actually.
Okay, let's.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I just want to hit you with some scholarship from Dr. Wells, the Black American Women's Movement. So, Shay, I want
Yeah.
you to listen to what Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said about the issue of the strong black woman. Dr. Welsing said, "quote The subsequent imbalance produced between money, power, and pseudo social and family power of the black female compared to the black male eventually leads to alienation between the two of them. This alienation, followed by separation and or divorce, causes the imbalance that leads to the now epidemic of black sociopathological syndrome, the so-called strong black female and weak male. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing called that ideology of strong black female that you were talking about and weak black male a fucking pathology. Y'all know what a pathology is? That's
Yes,
a
it's
way to
like a
death.
disease. It's sick. It's sick. It's not well. Yeah.
Mhm.
Educate.
Path
Right.
is
It's a
disease.
pathology.
Yeah.
It's a pathology. The fundamental, Dr. Welsing further states, quote, the fundamental cause of the syndrome is the white supremacy power system.
Mm.
So, Shay, the naming of that, and I'm not attacking you, sister, because I'm just saying maybe
Mhm.
you don't know. That name fits right into the white supremacy power structure. And I understand why you did that. Because sometimes when we name stuff a certain way, we get more grants than
Mhm.
if we named them another way. But I'm here to identify and help you understand vis-a-vis Dr. Welsing that is white supremacy. Dr. Welsing further says also this system leads to black male womanizing syndrome, wherein black males seek to compensate for a lost sense of manhood by attempting to prove they're still men through the number of women they can seduce and conquer. But this syndrome only heightens the alienation between black male and female, and it fails to convince the male of his manhood. Increasingly, black females are left alone. They, along with the myth of the so-called black strong black female, are crumbling under this impossible burden. Nevertheless, the survival units become dominated by the adult female and all the children are feminized, male and females alike. Even when there's no physical separation or divorce, because the racist social system never attacks the black female with the same ferocity as it does the black male. A relative black male passivity produced, leaving an overtone of greater female power than male power amongst black people. I'm gonna say that the male's position in any society is a protector, and I'm gonna posit,
Right.
Shay, that this ideology was cooked up in Germany. This shit's
Mhm.
well thought out. This ain't no
So
kindergarten
this was
shit.
backed up by scholarship. And Wani gave her quotes. She gave her opinion on what this was about, and now he backed it up by scholarship. And we need to use more scholarship from Black authors because our students are forced to use white books, and they want us to learn based on what they want us to learn. But she's teaching us about what white supremacy is and why we should not have a gender divide within our people, not our race, within our lineage. But yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
Okay, but I just want to also add that m- the word has nothing to do with grants or anything like that. It was about women who was fighting the system, dragged by the system, and they really didn't have a support. But the alma mater of that group is Harriet Tubman and how she moved. But we all still, like you said, we need our men.
So this was back in 2014 when you started this, Shay.
Yes. But
So this was a while back before this was it was pre-delineation, but that don't have nothing to do with it. It's I guess
mhm.
today could be a learning lesson for some people. I get what you're saying, but I also get what Wani and Professor are saying.
But see, these
We're
are
real
Yeah, yeah,
funny
women
about
who
that.
struggle by themselves, though. I'm talking about you. Everybody has their own story of what happened to their family and children, how they were separated, the manipulation. The shit is deep. I mean, real deep. So, but me, myself, and a few other women, uh, the story will be put out there, but I'm just saying the struggle was what we had to get together and do to make changes. And it was not easy. And we get come after, we get stalked, gang stalked. That's a real situation. I don't know if you know if everybody know what that is. Okay? So these were women who were fighting really by themselves and they didn't have a lot of support, including me. Thank you.
yeah. Yeah, yeah, and again, nobody's attacking you. I've made that error in my first academic publication. I used the term African American, and if I could go back in time, I would have changed it to foundational Black American. Kanye, and then Arthur. Go ahead, Kanye.
So I just want to give a huge shout out to Nikki, Wani, and yourself there, Professor. You guys are
Is
always
Kanye
in
speaking?
code.
Uh-oh.
Literally,
Yes.
Wani was saying what I was
I can't
thinking.
hear him.
Oh, my bad. Okay,
Hey
right.
Kanye, do me a favor, drop down and come right back up. We won't even talk until you come right back up. I don't see him, so somebody else has to let him back up because I don't. When I'm on these Androids, I can't see anything. Here it is.
I got him.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes,
Yes.
sir.
You hear me, Press?
I hear you,
All right, so
brother.
I just wanted to say shout out to Wani, Nikki, and yourself. You guys were literally saying the words as I was thinking them. Um, I don't think people listen. The most useful tool in oppression is somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. When you take leadership courses in the army, right? They tell you there's four type of officers, right? But there's two main ones we're gonna talk about. There is a hardworking person who's incompetent. That is the most dangerous person ever, right? Because they're gonna work really hard in the opposite direction of where the organization needs to go, right? Then you have the one who is lazy but competent, and that one is qualified for every job in the military. Why is that? Because even though they're not gonna do the work, they're gonna get somebody else to do it for them. Right. Now you might think, oh, that's kind of messed up. But here's the thing. If you don't know what you're doing and you think you're right, your motivations are good, but your actions are extremely harmful. Like the sister pointed out on CNN, whatever that was, black men and black women don't vote dissimilar, despite what everybody wants to tell you. And black women are far more conservative than they give women credit for. They want to keep this illusion up there's a big divide between us, hoping it will cause a big divide in between us. So if you feed into that narrative, you're only supporting the systems you're trying to tear down, and they love it. Like you literally have tribes in Africa, right, who are warring with each other and are backed by the same company. And you might say, well, why does that happen? Because as long as they fight each other, they don't keep their eyes on their gold. Then they get more desperate for supplies, and they're willing to sell out shit for pennies on a dollar, making the corporations rich. So they'll fuel both sides of a conflict. Like so, when we doing this stuff, it may sound good, but we need each other. Like as black men, we need our sisters.
Yep.
As our sisters, y'all need us, right? Our roles are very different, but equally important. Yes, we definitely need to support our sisters. Yes, our sisters support us. Yes, we support them. It's not what people think it is. In the average everyday conversation between black men and black women, you don't get this gender divide. We talk about the same stuff because we're going through the same things. It's only when you come to these people and they try to tell you what your problems are. And then you be like, wait, is that true? Like, no, but it's artificial rain. If you spraying water out the side of your house, you might think it's raining outside, but it's somebody just don't want you outside to see what you got going on. So don't fall for the trap. Sit back and just think, why are they pushing this so hard? Obama got up there.
Preach.
I'm saying what?
No, I said
Obama
preach.
got up there, right? He drug his, I hate using this word. He drug his tether ass out there talking about some black men don't work. Nigga, we was just pookies and rabbits the other day. You ain't give two fucks about what niggas had going on. You gotta talk to them. Give
Yep,
them a
he
stern
sure
talking to.
called us pookies. Yep.
Yeah, what are we, 5 years old?
He
You need
did
to
that
talk to us.
recently?
You said what, Wayne?
Um,
He
You
said
gotta drop the
President,
pookie
soap, bro.
former
Drop the
recently?
President
soap.
Obama was calling us pookies. He
Yeah,
was
he was
calling
When?
a
us.
Pookie.
No,
Yeah, he was
When?
Pittsburgh at the
Recently?
time.
I missed
Yeah.
that.
It was
Oh,
a
he's
while
That was
still
ago
a
that
on
he
time
that?
said
code.
that. Now he's saying brothers and stuff, but it was like years ago he was saying that. Now he's getting his wording straight. That he was speaking like it was a white person trying to act black. That was the point that was being
That's
made.
him.
Yep. But that's the thing though, right? Is
Right.
like they don't give a fuck about anything we as a community got going on. They ain't give a fuck about Sandra Bland. They ain't give a fuck about Breonna Taylor. All of a sudden, y'all know who these people is when election season roll around. They still ain't said nothing about the lady that died with the with the hot water. That was 2 weeks of conversation for Kamala. She hopped smooth the fuck off of it. So they don't give
I
a
Right.
fuck
think
about.
because they arrested the guy or whatever, they
Yeah, but
tried to
see,
make it go away. But it really shouldn't go away because it's crazy. It is
Mhm.
insane. The man was, I don't even know what that was. I was looking at the video and still couldn't understand the sequence of events other than him being evil.
Yeah,
That's
that's
right.
all it was. You got all of these hate-filled white cops walking around ready to pounce on black people in any way they can.
But I find it real interesting that that same system of white supremacy, they uphold it by not calling that aspect of it out. And I find it really interesting. They only call it out during Republicans when presidents. Whenever Republicans are running the country, then white supremacy is a problem. But now when the Democrats control the House, the Senate, the president, and the governor, the mayor of that city, it's not white supremacy then. It's just bad training. So you got to understand what they're really doing. They're disguising their white supremacy with lack of training and incompetence, right? It's just a cover for them pushing their actual agenda. So we got to be careful with this, and even for the brothers, right? It's okay to support women publicly, right? I don't have to say that out loud because we already do that anyway. So it's just let's just shatter that illusion. Let's not make the gender divide a part of this movement because we have other things to be concerned about. Shout out to you, Wani, Professor Nikki. Yeah, yield.
I'm really grateful that the young lady came up here, Shay, because I don't think she had any malintent. And one of the good things about this app is it's a good teaching tool, and I'm glad she did that because maybe I need to hold a space on psychological warfare. We have been sucked into a psychological warfare protocol, like I said before, that according to Professor Chris Hedges was created in Nazi Germany by a special group of people. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna end on this. Culture can be weaponized. I mean, this shit is well thought out. Arthur, talk to us.
Well, I know Shay pulled that group together, and I appreciate it. I think with these competing groups, we need to really be focused on mom groups because that's our foundation between the moms and the dads. Because a lot of times, like you said said in your previous post, they're always going to be trying to divide. You know, the man from the woman, and we need a lot of mom groups, especially mom groups at these meetings, school meetings, and taking care of our kids because this is crazy. It's warfare on our kids when they're in school, and our kids need to know that
Yes.
kids need to know their rights as well, because the kids don't know that their rights are being violated in schools, and we need these mom groups teaching them their rights because they get run over all the time, and then they don't know what to say to their mom or what rights were violated in the schools. They don't know how to talk to their parents and what rights was being violated in the schools. So, I appreciate what she put together, but I think that the direction may have to change a little bit because the moms of liberty, they're in competing for what has been fed into our kids in school. So we need a competing part of that to make sure our history remain in the schools.
Right, right. He's exactly right. And I want to kind of identify some before we move on to Two True Stacia. I want to because there's an undertone narrative of basically the black male is not there. It used to be the narrative was a black male was a sorry, Obama even used to say that, like, on diss black males, but now it's becoming more subtle, like he's not adequate. I want to point out that that is done by design. Dr. Welsing says, quote, the system of racism in the U.S. specifically has labeled its number one target of attack the black male. The black male is not only to be intimidated, and oftentimes physically destroyed, but more importantly, he must be destroyed functionally through the negation of his major breadwinning activity for the black family. So I'm saying that the young lady earlier brought up that, basically that black women were unprotected. I'm I'm not going to disagree with that, but it's very important for me to point out that that was done moreover by the system. Dr. Welsing said when men are not permitted to become the major breadwinners and true functional protectors of their families, a major imbalance is created between the importance of the adult black male and the adult black female roles. Likewise, the importance of male functioning is discredited and thus subtly disrespected. And that's what we deal with, is subtle disrespect every damn day. Lastly, Dr. Welson says, as a result, chaos and disorganizations befalls family life, leaving the family as a dysfunctional survival unit where mothers are forced to engage in full-time breadwinning and protector activities and are not free to perform their major task of childcare and socialization.
Yeah,
So
I
this is
think we
systematic.
know some of these things, but my problem with it is like, why are we reinforcing it? Because we're copying off of white women. White women are across the aisle talking about they rather be in a cave with a bear, really, than a man. Okay? And I literally saw white men feeling sad in the comments. I didn't get involved really, but I did see they couldn't believe it. The women had such a nasty view of them, of they'd rather be in a cave with a bear because the bear won't rape them. Then you always hear these comments about don't give me a compliment or whatever at work, and don't hold the door open for me, and all these comments which makes everybody not know how to act. They're making everybody awkward around each other because of their dysfunction. But I have peeped the whole card on that. That is not regular women. Those women are gay, okay?
Uh-oh.
They're lesbians and they have invaded these women's groups, organizations. They don't want men saying anything to them because they want to be men. This is a serious issue, and they have already been thrown out of another women's organization. Lesbians and women do not have the same goals. They don't have a goal of getting along with men after they get their rights. They have a goal of wanting to be men. And
Yeah,
we've
they're too
fallen.
busy competing with men.
Right. We've fallen for this, and I'm going to point out one time that we fell for it. When I was a young girl, we had a woman named Billie Jean King. She was married to a man tennis player. Okay. And she was pretending like she was straight and she wanted to compete with all the guys. She wanted to have a contest with Bobby Riggs. They were going to play tennis against each other. And she was all over the place, flapping her gums. Men this, men that. They're terrible. They're all male chauvinists, blah, blah, blah. Fast forward, she's gay. Okay, she should have never been had her fat mouth in front of a womanist group, a group about women. She's not a woman. She's a lesbian. Stop it. This is what I'm talking about. Misrepresentation. Lesbians should never speak for women. We don't have the same goal at all. Yeah, we want to be paid equally on a job, but that's about it. So go away and be in an LGBTQ, because they have invaded all of these white feminist groups, and they're going to invade or have already invaded all these black feminist groups. And that's why I got triggered when I heard that group, because it doesn't make sense. The things you're fighting for are general things. They're general, they're not specific. Why exclude men in the title?
Yeah, and
That's
I'm
right, Sister
that goes.
Lonnie. You tell me.
Yes, that's right, and that goes back to the ideology that was created to destroy us. Like I said earlier, from what I was told and what I read, um, culture has been weaponized in Nazi Germany, and basically, in short, so the America made a deal with the devil and allowed some of the German scientists to come over
Operation
to the
Paperclip.
United States. There you go. Shit, that happened in my home state of Alabama, and we brought over Dr. Werner von Braun to build NASA, and he was a fucking murderer. But anyway, that's not even my point. My point is, a lot of, according to Professor Chris Hedges, a lot of professors at Columbia, one of the leading colleges in the world, their Department of Psychology, their Department of Education, came out them those Nazi scientists. And according to Professor Hedges and others, I think Dr. Noam Chomsky talks about this a little bit. They came here with intent to spread poisonous ideas in the United States. Now that was in the 50s and the late 40s and 50s. Now these some of these poisonous ideas that are diverse, they're different, but they all have the same goal of lowering populations, and it's warfare. And, what I'm trying to say, and I'll close on this, these ideas now, although they were radical when they were first introduced at Columbia, those of you that don't know, Columbia University is an Ivy League that has radical ideas. Their claim to fame is they have radical ideas that become normalized. So, in essence, these Nazi scientists normalized radical ideas that we're dealing with today. One of which, the one is the one Wani just got through talking about. We're gonna go to True Station and then Kanye.
Yeah, I just wanted to say in regards to that about the women and the lesbians that go into women's spaces or go into certain spaces with their ideology. At a time, they were trying to, I don't know whether they still are, but as far as the military, there were women, and turns out they were gay women, complaining about not signing up for selective service when turning 18, and about combat limitations in the military for women. And then a lot of the women were like, hell no, we don't want to do that. What are you talking about? As far as, pay and certain things in the military, but most women are not interested at all in turning 18 and filling out a selective service card in order to be drafted. Nobody that's not something that the majority or collective of women want, but certain lesbians do. And it's the same with actual combat. The average straight woman doesn't want to do that, but a lot of those lesbians do. And to the point about the comments that Obama made regarding black men not supporting Kamala, where is like the rage against Asian men? Because when that bill was signed, that stopped the Asian hate bill, and when the funds were signed, at $56 million in funding, she was standing behind Biden with a group of Asian people grinning and smiling. So why isn't there as much anger towards Asian men or Indian men? Because they're not supporting her. Indian people aren't supporting her. Indian Americans aren't supporting her. And when it comes down to it, regardless of the number of black men who don't support her, they're still the number one male group supporting her out of all the other races of men. And so to attack them and nobody else, it makes absolutely no sense. And I'll land there.
Well, again, black men are target number one in this system. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing also says nature has endowed men, and I'm answering the question, why are they targeting? Um, Nature has endowed men with greater muscle mass, which makes males more efficient and effective aggressors and protectors of people, just as females are more effective and efficient at giving birth and nursing the young. In the framework of any hostile and aggressive external environment, such as oppression, the most important family unit member is the one whom nature has given the greatest muscle mass to ward off external physical attack, should that ever be necessary. The racist social system has understood that the most potent. Oh, let's stop right there. So what Dr. Weldon said was real powerful. Let me tell y'all some real shit. I'm a social scientist. Ken Burns says that civility is just a veneer. What does that mean? A veneer is some shit you put on your teeth, right? How thick is a veneer?
Very thin.
It ain't thick. It's thin as fuck. Um, what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is all this civil, like, hey, how y'all doing? Hey, Nikki, what's going on? Hell, all that civility. Should the shit hit the fan, that shit is gone. So who is there once society collapses? Which society is thinner than it's a veneer, like Ken Burns said. When this shit collapses, who becomes the most? And when I say important, I don't mean better than. I mean essential. The man becomes essential. Now the powers of be knows that this whole veneer of society is thinner than a motherfucker. In a lot of ways, as a historian and social scientist, I'm surprised it's lasted this long in America. Well, they know should this shit fall apart, they don't want any competition in the black family. They want the black family to be vulnerable. That's what Dr. Welsing was saying. Dr. Welsing further says the racist social system has understood that the most potent method for the oppression and inferiorization of a people is to attack the family unit structure, thereby decreasing its ability to function as a fundamental unit for developing and socializing the young. If there is deficient socialization, the behavior of the young will be chaotic, disorganized, with dependent, weak, and immature personality structure. This can be accomplished best through attacking and weakening the family unit's primary support and ultimate defense, the adult black male. Females can be controlled by male oppressors. Once the males of the oppressed group are weakened and or destroyed, this is this is true no matter how many college degrees the females may have. I love that Welsing said that. Let me say that shit one more time. This is true no matter how many college degrees a female may have, no matter how tough, loud, or coarse their language may become, to Wani's point, no matter how strong they may appear, to Wani's point. In the final analysis, females must depend on the physical strength, discipline, and willpower of their men for ultimate protection. Thus, always the males represent the major potential threat and challenge to male oppressors. And for whatever reason, I'm going to say the system of white supremacy has identified the black male as the primary threat.
But you know
Kanye,
what?
talk to us. Oh, go ahead,
No.
Nikki.
That was Andrea. I was going to say, you know
Yeah.
what black women
Okay.
will never admit to in this system? And this is the part that I really, really hate. We'll never admit to how society has desexed us with that strong black woman bullshit. And I mean, just, and the whole other, what we need to do to be successful, what we need to do to have good relationships. Society has desexed black women until you can't be normal. We have to be so much in all of this. Black men don't require that. Black men are not putting these ridiculous expectations on black women. That is society. And when black women bow out of listening to the dominant society, we're happier. White women aren't, but we are. And that's the reason it just angers me when we focus on all this feminism crap. Our pay hasn't changed. Our healthcare hasn't changed. Our trajectory of getting promoted hasn't changed. But you'll have black women die on this hill that, we're so much better than our men. How can you be better than something you don't have? You can't.
But you know what? But you got to give it to those fucking Nazi scientists and think those white supremacist think tank psychologists, because that shit was brilliant. That ideology is fucking brilliant if you want to lower the numbers. Why? Well, if you support the female in any ethnic group and make her think that she's better than the male, that's going to make it damn near impossible for the male to talk to her with confidence. In addition, if you make the male feel inadequate at home, like my baby's making more money than me, I ain't no real dude. Am I a man? Constantly questioning himself. Guess what that does? Ladies, y'all don't know this, but I'm going to give you the game. That fucks with your sex drive. We all adults in here. As a man, if you come home, shit, and you ain't, and your wife is like paying all the bills and shit, that fucks with your ability to procreate. Like it sends you into a straight depression. A lot of us judge ourselves by what we can provide, or what we're contributing. That's, I guess that's the way. I don't know. I really don't know if that's the way we're taught, or
No,
that's
that's
just how
ingrained in
we
your
are.
It
DNA,
comes with the
man.
money, then it comes the power, then you
Yeah.
get the
Think
women.
about it. When you was a kid, the first thing you want to do was make sure your mom didn't have to carry the groceries in the house. Right? It was naturally ingrained. You
Right.
just couldn't figure out why when you think about it. Like, oh man, I got it, I got it, I got it. And it's because that's how we wired as men. But I don't know if you saw the DM I sent you, but they weaponized the hell out of our culture a lot. I don't know if y'all heard this. There's a term called the grapevine. Some of y'all might not be old enough to remember this, right? Well, the army was studying how the fuck does a black man in Pittsburgh know the same shit as somebody in Lowell, Louisiana, right? While all the while somehow invading the ears of European people. And they want to know, what the fuck are they doing? How the fuck do they know this? Oh, this is common knowledge amongst us, but some shit they'll never know. So you know what they did? They took that and they came up with a term and a system called compartmentalization. Means a need to know basis. So they weaponize what we have all the time, right? And you know what? That compartmentalization helped build the Manhattan Project. It was built off the backs of black people using the quote unquote grapevine. So when we say these things, we're not just talking. This is shit that they actually study. You know what the most useful part of the grapevine? When people are building parts for bombs and they know nothing about it. We're just gonna ship it out to Los
Yep.
Alamos. You know, you build this hook this very specific way. Okay, cool. You
Yep.
hey, next thing you know, your shit dropped over in Japan. You didn't know nothing about it. Not sure if y'all seen that movie Black Panther 2, right? The lady was challenged. The sister was challenged to build a machine to detect some type of metal. She did the shit, never saw the machine again. The government was using that same machine, didn't tell her shit to find stuff. This is what they do. They send these people. Look at the MK Ultra project, right? And you look what they did to the dude Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, right? But they swear to God they had nothing to do. Their experiments had nothing to do with turning that man into a raging psychopath. Now, if that's the shit they willing to tell you, think about the stuff they not willing to tell you, right? So there was a
Wow.
Soviet professor in the early '80s, and I sent Judge Joe Brown to space. He was telling me about this. I did some research on it. She said, and this is on the other side. She said the biggest threat to American society are these soy men, right? These men that wear that long hair. This is like in the '60s, '70s. So they wear their long hair and just push against society. She was talking about the white men. And it was like, well, why are they such a big threat? Because they force men to step in their masculinity or step off. Now you got two choices. If you refuse to step in your masculinity, they take over and start the collapse of society, which goes back into what Professor was talking about. Where the fuck you think they got this idea from? See, Operation Paperclip, yeah, they
Hello.
took German scientists and came to the US, but they also took some went to the Soviet Union. So these people worked together. They went to go see each other at conference. They had all these secret societies and they still kept up. Their idea was to destroy us from within. And guess what they're doing? They're targeting all of us. So, you know, a lot of this stuff that they're doing, they just target our community the most because the government didn't give a fuck what we had going on until they realized that shit, the black family base power base is what's powering movements like the Black Panthers, the Nation of Islam, the Civil Rights Movement. Oh shit, these people are coming together as a community and they're pushing the most revolutionary act you can do is get married. Have kids within the confines of a marriage. Live next to other people who have kids within the confines of marriage. And before you know it, your kids are growing up in a family stable and they're marrying people from other families who are stable. Why do you think they push so hard? If they depower one side of this equation, the other side naturally falls, right? But even through all of that, we're still fighting. And for some reason, they can't figure out why. So, like Wani said, what they're doing is they're infiltrating these women movements with a bunch of lesbians and shit like that. And you know what they're doing? It's that loud auntie that's telling the girls, "Don't do your hair for no man. Don't do." Like, why the fuck would you teach them dysfunction at an early age? That's crazy as fuck. And
Man.
then you see it's normalized. It used to be they would check this lady at the family events. Now they don't say shit. They just agreeing because they got hurt. Then you got the men saying stupid shit like, "Oh, these bitches ain't shit." Well, listen, when you make this statement, you do understand what you're doing. You're devaluing your life, your legacy, all of that shit. Your legacy has to come through a woman. There's no way about that. And as a man, your legacy has to come through a woman. As a woman, your legacy come through a man. Equally
Right.
tied together. So we need to value both sides. And shout out to Professor Wani and Nikki. And Andy, Andy, your point was spot the fuck on. Like you took the words right out of my mouth. Just watch how they treat us. And it's like they do it to all of us. They just tell you it's happening to you for a different reason. But it's the same reason. They don't want you strong. And if I thought you were so weak, I wouldn't give a fuck about what you had going on. You go for the biggest threat first. And the biggest way to catch a man off guard is through his woman. That's always been the case.
Right.
That's why you don't want women on the battlefield. You don't want to be distracted by that. And that's not saying they're not helpful, it's just you need it in other areas. But that's all I want
Facts,
to say.
bro.
Appreciate it, bro.
Facts.
Right on. Right. Well said, Kanye. Well said. But back to the topic, immigration ever been weaponized against FBA? I wanted to take us back to the Civil War, and the conclusion was yes, hell yes, it has been. According to Dr. Claude Anderson, following the Civil War, entering ethnics displaced blacks from skilled trades. Stop right there. What is not talked about in schools is that during during American chattel slavery, black slaves had professions. They didn't call them engineers, but they were engineers, right? They were inventors. I mean, Benjamin Banneker was an architect. Um, I'm doing some research to find out where we got those professions from. Wani, do you know where we went? Where did we learn these professions during slavery?
Ourselves.
Do you
We
know?
made our job easier. Think about it, right? We came up with things on our own. See, people just assume that Black American slaves were slow. No, think about it. If they're making you work all day in the fields and all this other shit, right? You're gonna try to find a way to be more efficient for your own sake and everybody else's. That's why the cotton gin was created by a motherfucker who picked cotton and not the person ordering the person to pick cotton. But as you know, back then, if you created something, it belonged to the person who quote unquote owned you. So think about this. They want you to think that we were just slow farm animals. No, 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 no. What was going on was you had black people running the entire plantations, coming up with more efficient ways, speaking French, dealing with the. See, they don't tell y'all that. A lot of black people spoke French and they dealt with the French people. That's how they sold most of the cotton. See, they won't tell that. That side of the story will never be told.
Yeah, no, I knew we were brilliant, but I just feel like I'm missing some information. Like, how do we? Maybe you're right, Kanye, but the point of me bringing it up is after war, generally, you when you go to war, you get some type of spoils of war, whether it's oil or wealth. You get some type of incentive for going to war. Generally, there are exceptions. They like to pretend Vietnam was an exception, but I heard that. Michelin made a lot of money off those rubber trees, but I digress. But after the Civil War, nearly 10 million, according to Dr. Anderson, this is my original thought, nearly 10 million new immigrants were brought back to America between 1868 and 1880. According to the 1865 census data, blacks made up more than 100,000 of the 120 tradesmen in the South. Yet, less skilled immigrants formed unions and locked blacks out and took over the skilled trades based upon skin color. Blacks were bumped out of the northern factories, shipyards, mines, and lumber yards, and other trade craft areas. In 1865, nearly 60% of the southern farmers were black. Just as white immigrants were shutting the blacks out of jobs and unions in the North, whites across the South created farmer alliances that locked blacks out of agriculture business, places, and banks. After 150 years, blacks have yet to successfully break whites' unions, farmers' alliances, and redlining banks. Other minorities, while they may encounter some discrimination, have not experienced this protracted exclusion from the mainstream society. Asian and Hispanic immigrants sued and gained access to the agri markets in the early 1900s. So we've been locked out about the shit we created. So has immigration in the U.S. ever been weaponized? It was weaponized then and it's weaponized now. I went to get a haircut. For those of you who don't know me, I moved to Atlanta not long ago, and I went to get a haircut. And I walked in this barber shop, this big old barber shop, and sat in a chair, and the dude started talking, and I started listening to his accent, and I listened to the other barber's accent. I was like, "Damn, they taking over the barber shops now." Shit, the barber shops used to be off limits. But I digress.
Would anyone else like to come up and speak on the topic?
Come on,
Oh yeah,
Kanye.
my bad. I'm sorry. I forgot to even speak on the topic. Yeah, immigration has always been used against foundational Black Americans. And they do it like you said with these union situations. The Irish and the Italians, to be more specific, were locking us out of everything. Right. That's why you've seen a lot of people move more western from New York and Philadelphia over to Chicago and Detroit and stuff like that because people didn't like the area too much. So when we moved over there and we kind of built it up, it was like it's a different story. But if you look at American and immigration, they were very specific about who they wanted to come to this country. As a matter of fact, they had locked all Japanese out at one point, and they locked all the
Right.
Chinese out at one point. And it's because they were coming over and they were doing their little German towns and they were doing their German towns were fine. They weren't tripping about that too much, but they were definitely didn't like the Chinatowns. And the last thing they wanted was Black American towns, as we can see with all the highways they ran through them. But yeah, it's always been used against us. And the crazy part about it is you look at these white supremacist groups, and now they're starting to see, fuck, we're getting replaced too. And that's why you hear them say certain groups will not replace us, right? When you think about why the fuck are they saying
Yep.
this? Because these people don't come over and do things for them. They do things for the benefit of themselves, and they create pipelines for the other people to come over. I know we talk about how anchor babies work, and but that works. Every single culture comes over here and does that shit. They literally call them pregnancy visas in China. So yeah, immigration has always been used against us. And you know what they do? They try to say, "Oh, we're all the same. We're all the same. We're all the same." And then when they get here, they form their little Caribbean unions, and they form their what is it? Caribbeans against white supremacy or Caribbeans against whatever the fuck it is. And they get in their little rooms and they sell us the fuck out. So yeah, it's always been used against us, and they know what's going on. And you know they know what's going on because they stop the people when they try to do it to them, but they allow it to happen to us. So you ask, why is that? Why is that the case? It's done on purpose. They literally will tell people when they do those religious sponsored visas and they change those people names and they give them a quote unquote Christian names. Well, before they come over, they take a class on who to avoid in this country. And you know who the first people they tell them to avoid? You guessed it,
Us.
us. You may look like these people, but
Why
you're
don't
not
they
these
do
people.
it then? Why don't they keep their dusty butts wherever they came from?
Well, you know, they're such hardworking people, Wani. They're so hardworking and just filled with a bunch of hardworking people that for some odd reason didn't work hard enough for, like we did. Because we are hardworking people, and it's evident by the work we've done. We are the only group, literally, to go up and demand a better treatment from our government and actually win. Now, if they were so hardworking, they should be able to do that where they're from, right? Like, if you got this culture of hardworking people, I mean, I would think, just naturally speaking, you could be able to make your own neighborhood a good place to live, like the great Elijah Muhammad said. Make your own neighborhood a good place to live. We've done it in America. America, you can go wherever you want to
Just
in America as a black person because of the sacrifices our ancestors made
I'm
and shit
just
we still doing.
confused because they won't. Not only will they not obey the missionaries or whoever told them to stay away from us, but if we're really going to be serious, our parents should have told us not to go near bushmeat eaters and people that just came out of a genocide, right? People that literally just hacked each other to death before they ran over here. Because that's some of the activities that people are doing, especially in the Congo.
You're touching on someone. I'm gonna say our grandparents did.
They did.
My
We
grandparents
never
did.
discussed it in
I
our family. The word African never came up in terms of a social thing. It was they didn't have any. There was nothing, no reason for it to come up because it didn't exist in my life.
Hmm. Well, in American in Alabama, the old folk they did, and they warned us. They told us. That's one thing I like. That's one thing I like about Mark Carter. He touches on that old folk, that whole golden generation, World War II generation. We used to sit on the porch and hear them say, "Hey man, they ain't us." You know what I'm saying? What was the saying back in Bama? The saying was, "All skin folk ain't
Kinfolk,
kin
yeah.
folk," right? But it was that baby boomer generation. And I'm not demonizing. I've gotten in trouble for you're demonizing the baby boomers. I'm just speaking of material fact. Although it wasn't so much the baby boomers' fault, the baby boomers were propagandized to with the whole melting pot ideology. But I want to touch on something since we were talking about we identified
Oh,
that
that's a good subject
um
right there later.
say what I
The
say? What
melting
I just
pot
say?
ideology. That's a good subject there later.
Okay. New space. Fact or fiction. All right. Somebody don't steal that topic from me. That is a good one, Kanye. But I want to touch on something real quick before it escapes my mind. I identified earlier that after well, what I've identified in this space is after a war, after a conflict, with the benefits that come after wars are taken from foundational Black Americans and put into the hands of immigrants. What we just identified is after the Civil War, all of those trades and professions we had were taken from us and given to immigrants. We were locked out vis-a-vis union. Well, today in my new job search, I'm not liking my PWI, but I looked at the highest paying careers and they were dominated by medical doctors, right? I thought to myself, I was like, wow, we created foundational Black Americans created the field of medicine. That shit was literally stolen from us. And I found a piece of scholarship today from Dr. Anderson. It says, quote, in the late 1700s, an unknown Virginia slave was created with devising a cure for syphilis. Did anybody in here know that? Did anybody know that a foundational Black American slave created a cure for syphilis in the 1700s? I didn't know that. Dr. Anderson further says a venereal disease unknown in Africa but widespread in Europe. In the early 18th century, William Gooch, governor of Virginia colony, wrote to the Bishop of London that he was shipping to England a box of roots and barks, which in equal quantity being made into a concoction that was in the colonies at least curing most venereal diseases, especially syphilis. Gooch wrote in this letter, here only mankind will be the better for what has been a secret in the hands of blacks for many years in this country, where he practiced with success until I thought it worth my endeavor to get his concoction from him. Typically, blacks who formulated medical cures for diseases or what we thought to be cures were eligible for meritorious manumission from slavery by either their masters or a grateful government. Records do not tell the ending of this story. So we created medicine, y'all, and that shit was taken from us. Y'all know what medical students in the United States have to do before they start classes? They have to take a Hippocratic oath. Y'all know who Hippocrates was? A Greek white man.
The philosopher, yeah.
But I digress. Anybody else want to speak?
Man, you can't be spitting knowledge like that and expect us to speak right after. We gotta digest that, man.
I just wanted to know, have y'all heard it? Did anybody know
Yeah,
that?
I
I
knew
didn't
it,
know
but you
that.
gotta let the
I
rules
heard
settle.
it.
I never
Heard it,
heard
but
that
I
before.
I kept saying I was going to delve into it more to add it on to something.
Y'all know how big that is?
Yes.
But
Yeah, you gotta give
apparently
us
he
time
got
to
that from
process that,
chemotherapy,
Professor.
right, Professor? Have you heard about that?
Was he a
I got a
root
bunch. Go
worker,
ahead.
or do you know why he knew how to do that?
No, it just the article just it doesn't even name the guy.
Well, that's the thing, right? IQ, intelligence, right, is not measured by what they say it is. Like, if you can literally put the pieces of a puzzle together, you can figure something out. That's why, like, when you study something, you want to get to the base components, right? For example, in
Right.
my business, I know acid and bases cancel each other out. So if you have like mold and mildew going on the side of a building, it's just simple chemistry, right? You spray it with a base first, you come over to acid to neutralize it, right? But what that does
Right.
is that kills the mold, mildew, and algae on the wood, and then the acid kind of brightens it back up, so it brings it back to its original state. It's like a restorative, right? But you wouldn't know that if you didn't study it. So it's like a more complex version of that. Because when you look at a virus, the first thing they want to do is when they come up with vaccines and antidotes, really, the first thing they want to do is study the virus or what's wrong with it, right? When you see what it's made of, you can come up with a counter agent to it. So it probably took a black man to look at this. All right, well, what's the basis of it? X, Y, Z. Okay, let me figure this rest of it out. Boom. And then, okay, all of a sudden he has the cure for it. Notice, not a vaccine, a cure, right? Antidote. That's what we need. But that's another story for a different day.
Yeah. I'm looking for some scholarship from Dr. Welsing where she talks about unified theory, and basically she talked. I'm gonna paraphrase it, which I don't like doing, but Dr. Welsing said that the foundational Black American we're really gifted. Well, she says Western. Dr. Welsing says, "quote Western and social behavioral science, particularly psychiatry, has been content with behavioral fragment analysis and multiple theoretical explanations for different behaviors. This demonstrates a failure to comprehend the entire forest." So everybody here, y'all have heard the saying, "Miss the forest for the trees," right? That's European scholarship. That's European academia. They focus on. I don't know if it's just ingrained for them to divide. Is it just me, or does it look like they divide everything into little bitty parts? Like
Did.
that's what Welsing just said. They miss. Oh, go ahead,
I
one.
was just going to say, Cash wanted to say something.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, peace to the room. Black Americans, first and
Hey,
foremost.
Cash.
The Hippocratic Oath, in my understanding, is supposed to be a promise that all physicians make, that they will never try to harm their patients, and that they will enter houses only to heal the sick. But we got, medical doctors at Guantanamo that keep people alive during torture methods, and don't get me started because I don't want to trigger the room, but I just wanted to. And you mentioned syphilis, right? The Tuskegee experiment was about that, right? First and foremost, so look at how they perpetuate death while we're trying to uplift humanity. And just to end that story on Tuskegee, which was in Alabama, we should understand that the survivors actually got paid reparation, 37,500 a person, which ain't shit, as well as their spouses and their descendants. Just something we need to keep in mind, that there were ways that they tried to quantify it, and there were survivors, and it was addressed, but needs to be times 10. My last point I was just going to bring up is to the title. I really just want to say one thing, because I was recently re-looking up her story just to refresh myself on the history we've survived within my lifetime. I just want to say rest in peace to Latasha Harlins, and that'll be my submission for the title.
Right on, Cash. It's always great to see you and hear from you, brother. Yeah. Dang, I had a really good point. It escaped my head. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. When brother Cash was talking about the Hippocratic Oath, which I just disagree with because it's so disrespectful to make our young foundational Black American medical doctor candidates swear allegiance to a white Greek man. And then furthermore, do y'all know Hippocrates said that I am a student of Imhotep? So the first physician was a little bitty black man named Imhotep of Egypt. And it's on record that Hippocrates said, I am a student of Imhotep. So think about the usurpery of that. That's my word of the week, usurpery. For the medical association to say, you know what, Imhotep created medicine, but we're going to make our students swear allegiance to Imhotep. I was looking through the academic canon the other day. This is totally unrelated, but this made me think about it. And I saw some shit. It said that I need to call. We need to refer to who was it? Alexander the Great as the father of something. I was like, what the fuck? Psychological
Nope.
warfare all the way. I'm gonna find it, Wani. I have it on my laptop. It's gonna piss everybody in this room
I'm
off. Like
not,
they want me to. Go
yeah,
ahead.
I was going to say, I'm not against the doctors having a code of ethics, but they don't have one. So now what?
well, I got a little long-winded with that. When the Cash was talking about it, you know who he made me think of? He made me think of Andy. What did you say, Andy? That they perform humanity or something?
They're performing ethics. And these foreign
Yeah. So,
doctors, they don't have that same like inhibitions that we used to instill in doctors. And that's why they're just coming over here, molesting everybody and then getting kicked out.
ridiculousness. John Horse, talk to us.
Yo, what's good, everybody? Y'all cooking in here. Hey, nah, I just wanted to say, the United States, they weaponize immigration against us simply because, all oppressive regimes love foreigners. All oppressive regimes love foreigners. They love
Mm.
foreigners simply because they understand the citizens have a different relationship with the oppressive regime versus foreigners. They just look at it as, well, the foreigners, they see us totally different. They don't know our history. They see us from a totally different lens. So they're not going to do anything to change the status quo. They're only here to
Mm.
maintain everything that we got going on in place. They're not here to change anything. They're just gonna eat, sleep, shit, and just go to work. They're not gonna sit there and they're not gonna do anything to change what's going on. They haven't changed anything where they came from, and they're not gonna do anything to change where they come from here. But those descendants of slaves, those foundational Black Americans, those freedmen, They have a different relationship towards us. They have a vendetta towards us, you know? So that's the reason why they have an issue with us, you know what I'm saying? And then also, not only that, they attack the men. The United States hates men, period. It is specifically us. It hates us because when it comes to oppressive regimes, the thing that has overturned all oppressive regimes has been the men and the women,
Right.
like men and women. But they understand that overthrows or anything like that, when you're dealing with tyrannical governments, all armed rebellions come from the men. And so they understand that if anybody in the United States has a major problem and a major vendetta against white supremacy, it's us. That's why
I'm
they
actually glad
hate us.
I'm glad you said that because I focus on my tribe. I love my people. I love my FBAs. But that we got to deal in some truth here. And I'm gonna let you continue, Horace. But I just want to point out that he said that the United States hates men. He's damn right. It hates men,
Yes.
but it especially hates us.
Mm-hmm. And it's one of those things where they have to do whatever they can to keep men docile. They want the most docile, the less masculine. They want the they don't want you. They want a toothless lion. That's what they want. Toothless lions. Yeah, you can come to the zoo. You can see him. He got a mane, but he ain't got no teeth and no claws. He's harmless. That's what they want.
What is
Mhm.
the point of that? Because I don't understand it.
What you mean?
The what you just said, how they are just against men and they're
Because
weaponizing men and women against each other, and they are just defanging and neutering their men. It's like, why don't you need men to fight the wars so you can keep being? I don't understand it. It's an agenda that's really above my head, to be honest.
Yeah, because I mean, even as of right now, too, and this is something that I've seen, with these hurricanes. See, before, remember, it was always the government really, really having, of course, they've been always attacking us. We're always enemy number one. But as of lately, the quote unquote poor white society has now been seeing, oh, yeah, we don't have any permanent fucking positions for you, neither. Getting rid of your ass too. We replacing you. Oh, by the way, yeah, we just had a hurricane, and yeah, we're gonna leave you stuck. We're gonna give you $750, even though we done made inflation crazy, and we're gonna, you can't afford to stay in those 5-star hotels that we got the illegals staying in. Who gonna be our new workers? You know what I'm saying? Who gonna undercut your ass? So yeah, oh yeah, those white men, yeah, we're gonna put you on the back burner too. Sit over there with the Negroes. See, now they starting to realize and they understand that, yeah, they gonna have to do this to all the men because what's gonna happen is we might end up having another Bacon's Rebellion type of situation where
Facts.
you're gonna see the foundational Black Americans. Yeah, we gonna squabble it out with the white folks, but we're gonna probably put our differences to the side and go toe to toe with the ruling white supremacist class. That's what I foresee.
Did you?
But
I
go
was
ahead,
gonna
Juan.
say, did you see that commercial where they were advertising the military and they had the man dressed up in drag?
Oh, I missed
Yeah,
that
I
one.
didn't see that. That's crazy.
What what is that? I don't get it. Literally, I don't get it.
And remember too, the Roman Empire, they were a bunch of, this
Yes,
all
they
stems from,
were.
yeah, all a bunch of
Freaks.
freaks, freak ass
hey,
boys.
the Roman Empire took over the world in miniskirts.
Yeah, this is the same. It's the same play. It ain't nothing changed. It's just thing we just got a little bit more technology. We got computers and stuff, but this is technically what we have going on right now is the Roman Empire 2.0, and I always say it. I say that they're trying to pose as being a quote unquote United States, but that's not really what this thing is. This is the Roman Empire. We got coliseums all over the place, you know what I'm saying, to distract
Stadiums,
people.
yeah.
Yeah, so we it's the same thing. And what do they have it in the stadiums? The gladiators. Who the gladiators? The slaves. Who are the slaves? The foundational Black Americans. It's the same shit. It's just a different play, but it's basically what's been going on. So I just that's just what I foresee.
So this is the Navy, and they said that they are having a problem with their recruiting goals, and they think that showing a man in a dress that's in his
Wow.
name is Harpy Daniels. Harpy Daniels. He's a drag queen in the Navy, and he's going to help us get more men in dresses into the Navy. Yep, this is over my head. This is out of my pay grade. I don't get it.
I'm gonna say something that's gonna get me in trouble. Let me leave that alone, brother. John Horst, thank you for bringing up Bacon's Rebellion. I should have brought it up first. You're damn right. For those of you who don't know what he's talking about, let's go back to Dr. Howard Zinn. Let me support the brother with scholarship. That's what I do, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Howard Zinn says sometimes black male slaves ran off and joined white women. Now, 20 years ago, when I bought this book, I put a smiley face by that little excerpt, but I digress. Dr. Zen furthermore says from time to time, white ship captains and watermen dealt with runaways, perhaps making slave the part of the crew. In New York in 1741, there were 10,000 whites in the city and 2,000 black slaves. It had been a hard winter, and the poor slaves and free had suffered greatly. When mysterious fires broke out, the blacks and whites were accused of conspiring together. Stop right there. Remember what I said. Find an enemy of my enemy, and what have I found? Anybody want to answer? A friend.
Friend.
Dr. Zen further says mass hysteria developed against the accused after a trial full of lurid accusations by the informers and forced confessions. 2 white men and 2 white women were executed. 18 slaves were hanged and 13 slaves were burned alive. The only one fear was greater than the fear of black rebellion in the new American colonies. That was a fear of the discontented whites would join black slaves to overthrow the existing order. In the early years of slavery, especially before racism as a way of thinking was firmly ingrained, while oh,
I'm a thief.
I got you. Oh, she didn't know she was hot. In the early years of slavery, except before racism, a way of thinking was firmly ingrained. While the white indentured servants were often treated as badly as black slaves, there was a possibility of cooperation, as Edmund Morgan sees it. Um, there are hints that the two despised groups initially saw each other as sharing the same predicament. It was common, for example, for the servants and slaves to run away together, steal hogs together, get drunk together. It was not common for them to make love together. In Bacon's Rebellion, one of the last groups to surrender was a mixed band of 80 Negroes and 20 English servants. We're looking at the potential, the tender, well, what's the word? Kindling, the stuff you burn, the kindling for a Bacon's Rebellion situation. Come on with it, Cash, and then we'll go to Midwest.
Hey, yeah, real quick, I was gonna say that I put an article in the top there about it was saying that Nigerians were flocking to prisons in Texas disproportionately. I was just gonna read one pair. Nah, I mean y'all could take a look. But the point,
No, go ahead, read it. You got it.
I don't want to try to pronounce dude's name to be honest, but
You
I'm
got
gonna
it.
say okay.
You
Summarize
got
His name's okay.
it.
As soon as
Okay.
it.
he's well, first it talks about how he actually came to America in 2008. The dude who this article centered around, and it talks about how he won a lottery, how he moved his entire family out to California to live in a single bedroom for under a pastor. But then he heard from another Nigerian friend that they were making a lot more money in Texas working in the prison industry. Right? He said that he easily got into the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. And in September, he was offered a job in Huntsville, about 30,000 people outside of Houston. As soon as he arrived, OK discovered that there were lots of Nigerians and other West Africans already living in Huntsville, already working for TDCJ. Some like him had brought their family, and others were single men living in dormitories. Many like him already had college degrees from back home that wouldn't transfer, so they were studying at Sam Houston State University, the local college, during the day and working at night. But if y'all look further through this article, it talks about how people who are, well, matter of fact, let me continue. OK had discovered a phenomenon that had already become apparent to prisoners, their family members, and to other correctional officers. Since around 2008, a wave of African immigrants has taken jobs as prison guards in Texas. The exact number is unknown. And they go on to say because a lot of them are floating in and out of the prisons and moving into other positions of power, security guards, night clerks, and all types of stuff. But the point here being that specifically people are migrating to a system that's being used to oppress Black American people. And in that article, it talks about how Black Americans who are imprisoned say that these Africans are worse than white folks because they don't understand the cultural and historical differences that have led towards the position some of these people is in. Uh, um, One other thing I was going to mention, what I was going to say, ever since slavery ended, right? We have been unimportant to white folks essentially ever since they couldn't get labor for free. And so that's when I really believe the genocide begins to exacerbate. And a part of that genocide is obviously erasure and replacement. And so immigration can be used as a form of genocide against people. I'll make this last point. The model minority myth. When the Japanese were interned in the 1940s, really they were harmed economically, but white folks used immigration to import Japanese people of higher economic status and education level in order to hide the economic disadvantage they caused to Japanese Americans. I know that's a very nuanced point, but that is immigration being used against their plight, and that same thing is happening to us with the decadent veil. They import people of higher education and class status to hide the fact that we're being economically disadvantaged and genocided to this day.
Right. It's deep. It's deep. Dan, who was it? Midwest and Danzyland.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm about to call you sir, professor. You know when you were saying,
I used to be called a sir. I used to be a sir. I'm not a sir anymore though. Go ahead.
all right, you keep bringing you always bring up Jordan Peterson, but he always talks about with the how do you they give the young boys or the young men the coats with video games, drugs, porn, etc. that keeps them weak so they don't, like you say, kindle and join and pretty much set off the civil war or whatever type of rebellion,
Right, right.
right?
I did a just to interject right quick. When I was at a historically black college, I was a professor and administrator, and we did a study on the effects that porn was doing on our young men in the black community, and we found that porn was basically lowering the amount of sexual contact, heterosexual intercourse these young men were having, because number one, made them socially awkward. Like they didn't have the social skills to talk to a female and acquire intimacy, and it gave them unreal expectations of sexual encounter. Like porn, dangerous as fuck. But I digress. You're right. Jordan did. He said it, but Jordan said it better than I did.
Yeah, just overall, I just said that's designed to keep these young men a certain way. I mean, I've been affected by it. We call the lost sport generation.
Right.
So it's certain things with that. So when you compound that with everything you're talking about with the family, it's only becoming a big deal now because it's affecting white people again.
Yeah, yeah, and nature. Well, this is common sense, but what porn? Another thing we discovered is porn may be contributing to um, uh, lesser numbers of birth rates being declined, because that was common sense. They're not having sex. You know what I'm saying? And when you don't have that easy access to porn, it gives you more. It's called motivationary psychology, which is what one of my little specialties. There's extrinsic and intrinsic motivationary factors. Extrinsic is something you want that's outside of you. Intrinsic is something you want to do just because you want to be the best at it. You know what I'm saying? You're intrinsically motivated. But porn is taking away the extrinsic motivationary factor of being intimate with a woman. You know what I'm saying? Because you're like, fuck it, I'm just gonna get on my iPhone and lock myself in the room. Did you have any more points
Yeah,
to
yeah,
spit out?
because Andy was saying something, and it's to the point, and you said it because a lot they keep saying black, but it's really women in general. They want they want so much, like it's like if he's not equal to me or better, and the guys are like, well, damn, well, with the system the way it is, I cannot make the same amount of money as the woman or be better. So am I gonna do certain things, or am I just gonna go to the porn or the video games or the fast food and the sugar, etc.? Because guys won't live. I'm just saying that's just what it is. So
Yeah,
that's
yes,
just
sir. You're exactly right. In the word, brother, and thank you for reminding me. I wanted to say that to the room. Teach y'all a new word. It's called a feedback loop. They're creating a feed. So it's kind of hard to explain. A feedback loop is a system that accelerates based off of like consequences, like a almost like a slippery slope. So like they say, global warming will basically they said that basically what's a planet near the sun? Venus is like like a unlivable because of a feedback loop. Like it got too hot, the CO2 was increased too much in the atmosphere, and heat got trapped, and the seas got too hot, and the seas fed up on the sea, the heat in the sea fed up on the heat in the air, and it accelerated. So feedback loop is an acceleration. Yes. So basically, they're trying to trap foundational Black Americans in a feedback loop with respect to what the gentleman's talking about. So you give the female the higher financial opportunity. What does that do? That makes them, a lot of males, not all of us, some of us don't give a fuck. We gonna talk to a girl no matter what. We got that type of confidence. But generally what that does is make Black men feel intimidated by the female, but there's still a possibility of that Black male pushing himself to talk to the female. But when you add that situation of the imbalance, according to Dr. Francis Quest Welsing, with economic opportunity, and then you give the male an extrinsic way out, make it hard to talk to girl, and then give him porn. That's a no-brainer. And just to be fair and equal, that's across the board. That's not just for foundational Black Americans, but my study was done on foundational Black Americans. I think
hey,
it's
hey, hey,
impacting. Go ahead.
hey, Professor, I forgot to say, there's a utility to having these type of guys. By the way, that's just it. That's why what Wayne was saying. What's the point of having these guys? There's a utility. They only want certain guys to be Navy SEALs, police officers, firefighters, etc. They don't want these other guys doing it. So I just wanted to say that, and I'm done.
That's true. I think it was Danzyland and then John Horse.
Good evening, everybody. How y'all doing? What up? What happening?
What's up,
Can you
brother?
hear me clearly?
I hear you good, bro.
No, I was thinking about when she was bringing up the homosexuality in the military. I remember in world history, uh, they had a little insert strictly about companions, and it didn't. It sounded like they were highlighting how like they really believed in that. Like, they. I think I'm gonna say it's out the barn companionship now. So that's what it sounds like to me. They always thought when gay men fight in war, they fought better. So that's and another thing that you were talking about the porn. They got tons of studies that they noted the male's cognitive skills drop drastically when there's a beautiful woman around. So that's why they start putting boys and girls in school, knowing that.
Right.
So all of it's been planned, it's been designed. But I remember, I think that study was done about in 1920, 1930, something like that.
Who got it? Who got in trouble and did some jail time over that was the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad identified that boys and girls don't need to be at a certain age. They don't need to be in school together. And as a licensed educator, I'm gonna agree with that. We don't need boys and girls. They don't need to be in school together at a certain age. I would
Yeah,
say,
it should be split from middle school because actually, reproduction is around 12, 13, and 14. So that's the time to be
it,
separated.
right. It's really a no-brainer. You don't need a degree to know that. It's too much distraction. Like how far would I be if I wasn't wasn't around females in high school? I spent half my time, checking them
I
out.
guarantee you 95% of all the high school violence, middle school violence is between girls and boys. It's between somebody talking to somebody boyfriend, somebody talking to somebody girlfriend, some. It's all of it then no.
Right. That's true.
All right, thanks for letting me speak, bro.
Appreciate you,
Y'all have a
man.
good one.
You too, man. Go ahead, John Horst.
Oh yeah, no, I just wanted to kind of piggyback off what Cash is saying. If you also want to see how immigration works as genocide too, you can also look at how because I'm in Hawaii, you could peep and see how they kind of did Hawaiians too with immigration. Like because a lot of people don't really know that Hawaii they have plantations here, like the Dole plantation, and basically what they did was they hired Hawaiians to work there too. They didn't run it like chattel slavery, but their working conditions was like hella fucked up out here. Um, and they also had quotas on foundational Black Americans. They didn't want to bring us out here. So they had plantations, but they were running into the issue. The plantation owners out here, they were running into an issue where they were like, okay, well, we can't, the Hawaiians are starting to have an issue with the working conditions. So they kind of, they weren't really working. So they was like, we're not really tolerating the working conditions and shit like that. And then they also realized during the 1800s when everything like that was going on, remember we were fighting over here in the Gullah Wars and stuff like that. So they were like, and then also you had 1804 and shit popping off in Haiti. So the Hawaiians had no clue about what was going on, but they understood that if they were to bring somebody from, from the mainland to Hawaii, that could have easily exacerbated like a revolution or something. So what they did, they started bringing in people from Southeast Asia, Filipinos. They started bringing in people from Japan, things like that, over here to work on the plantations. Thus, over time, uh, basically, just over time, economically pushing the Hawaiians out. Literally, you know what I'm saying? When you come to Hawaii, you don't really see full blood. There are no full blood Hawaiians like that. All you see mostly is just
Oh,
Filipino, Asian, Japanese. You know what I'm saying? That's really what you see over here. You'll see people who got part Hawaiian, but you won't see people who full Hawaiian.
so were the Hawaiians, were they the Melanesians? Was that their original group? Because they were like dark
Well,
skinned, right?
the first wave was, and then the second wave was they're a little bit lighter Austronesians,
Yeah.
Okay,
Proto-Austronesians, then replaced by Austronesians, and then they became Polynesians.
Yeah.
interesting.
Like they do, I mean, if you ever come over, they have a you go to the Bishop Museum, there's a picture that they have of the Hawaiians executing Captain Cook, and that picture is, basically show. I mean, you can go online and look at it. It's on Google, and basically all of them got afros and shit, so they look like Fijians. So, like, yeah, yeah,
Oh wow.
Hey, John Horse.
Yes.
Hey, to the point about Hawaii, real quick. Just to smack Obama's hand, if I may. We was talking for the longest about was he born in America and all that, and Hawaii is a part of America, but they was forced to become our 50th state in 1959 under gunpoint, right? Their queen was forced to sign the treaty,
yeah,
right, under gunpoint. Now that's 2 years before Obama was born. He was born in '61. Hawaii became a part of America. Hawaii 50, the 50th state, in 1959, and Obama was born in 1961. Just wanted to drop that.
Wow.
Wow.
yeah,
I did not
yeah.
know that. That's
There,
wild.
the Hawaii was a kingdom. Like it was a whole entire kingdom, and
King Kamehameha.
yeah, the
Come on
queen.
now.
It was ran by the Queen Leo. I can't really pronounce her name, but Leo Queen Leo Lukalani. Like they basically she was the queen at the time, and yeah, just it's basically the same play. Of course, Europeans would come in guns blazing, and they realized they couldn't fight the native population. They got fucked up. So then they had to come in with the church, come in with the hands out. Hey, would you like to speak to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? All this other shit, blah blah blah. Then they bring in the military. Then they bring in the, they bring in the businesses. Then they bring in the military, and then they take it over. So that's basically what they did, and basically annexed the Hawaiian kingdom and forced Hawaii into, being quote unquote um, what's now part of America. And then the Hawaiians, they also go by a specific lineage too. So us delineating all these other people, they do it too. So they Hawaiians don't even like one of my friends, she told me specifically there's a specific name that they go by. They go by Kanaka Maoli. So that's what they identify as.
They
So
got their
Say it
own flag
again.
too.
Say it again. Can you repeat it?
it's Kanaka Maoli.
Boy, it's hard to say those things.
Yeah.
I was over there and this is before the whole FBA situation. And they were over there talking about we refuse to speak English. We're only going to speak our native tongue. And I said, no, because see how we change. I said, no, because you won't be able to communicate or. But no, I see what they're doing now. I get it.
Yeah, anytime they, if they have some type of situation or whatever that they get into with like the government, or they get arrested, like if they have some type of protest dealing with like land or something like that and they get arrested for it, when they take them to court, they speak the native language, the Hawaiian language. So that way, you know what I'm saying, they can't, the judges and stuff like that, most of them are like Asian or something like that. So, they can't really communicate with them. So then they just let them off.
And they were complaining
Wow.
about all the Japanese people over there taking over their stuff,
Oh
not
yeah.
to mention all the white people and all
Oh
that.
yeah. So basically, yeah, that's what I also forgot to say. So basically, yeah, they're the buffer class. Over here, that is the buffer class. That's the business class. They run and control everything. While the quote unquote white supremacists, the ruling class, white supremacist ruling class, it's only a small minority of them. You can't really see them like that, but that's the play that they run in South Africa. So they're basically,
John
go
Horst,
ahead.
you cooking, bro. Keep going. This is deep.
Yeah.
I didn't know
Yeah,
none of
so that's
this.
basically the same play. Like, I mean, I've been over here for a minute. So, like, you don't really have a lot of you have whites here, but they're the wealthy, 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 super, super powerful ones. You know what I'm saying? They hide in plain sight. And like I said, the plantation owners and stuff, they're still here, but they're just hidden. So it's like, you know what I'm saying, same thing with this, you have the descendants of slave masters, but then you also have you have the descendants of slaves, but then you have the descendants of slave masters. They're here, they're just hidden in plain sight. So here, the ruling business class, you have the white supremacists at the top, and then the buffer class are the Asians. The Asians from all different ethnic groups of Asian society, they basically have their own economies and stuff like that here that you can actually see. You can see the Filipinos, you can see the Japanese, you can see the Koreans, you can see all of them. But yeah,
Hey,
most
hey,
of
but
them,
but Japanese heavy though, bro. Like almost all the hotels I saw when I was in Maui for 2 weeks in Waikiki had Japanese letters up the side, and I had me thinking that Hawaiians like had a Japanese type of language or whatever, but they didn't. I only seen one Hawaiian my entire 2 weeks I was there, and it was a dude unloading the bags at the airport. Couldn't even talk to him. I just seen him out the window.
Yep.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
all the
And I agree with so I agree with you on the buffer class. This is the last point I wanted to make real quick. I was growing up hearing about Pearl Harbor and stuff, thinking that's 1945. Hawaii must, it should be 41. Hawaii must have been a part of America then. What was we doing in Pearl Harbor if it wasn't even a part of America then? Just got to make you sit back and think.
Militarism, man. You have bases all across the
Come
world
on,
to
Professor.
just
America
domination,
takes
man.
over Hawaii, Japan bombs it, and now the two of those people are the ones controlling the islands, and Hawaiians is fucked. Does that make sense?
yeah, and that's the
Hmm.
By their, yep, that's how they do it.
yeah, and so it's one of those things that kind of blow your mind. And one thing too that they do have, uh, they have an island over here called Niihau. So Niihau is considered the Forbidden Island. So basically, it's an island. It has like 70 people on it. Only 70 people, and those 70 people, most of them are full blood Native Hawaiians, and you cannot go there. Like you can, but you're gonna have to spend an arm and a leg, and you got to be invited to go there. So,
Nah, bro, talk about the one white family that privately owns one of them 13
oh
islands.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Talk
That
about
Wow.
that, bro. And they
yeah.
bought it for $25, bro. Talk about that.
Yeah, yeah. They the Robinson family, they bought the island in one of the deals because they were offered, the king actually offered them I think they offered them Pearl Harbor, Waikiki or something like that. They offered them a few different spots in Hawaii, but they decided to go with Niihau. And they one of the deals with that was to preserve the Hawaiian culture on that specific island and make sure that nobody else can uh get on that island. They don't have paved roads, they don't have lights, they don't have anything like that. They still practice their ancient traditions there.
That's awesome. Horace, when you were speaking, you made me think about how comprehensive Dr. Franz Cress Welsing ISIS papers was, because every tactic that you referred to, from introducing them to the white likeness of Jesus Christ, you didn't say that. That's my words. That's what I heard you to imply. To a systems of domination, Welsing called. So we're dealing with the same system all across the globe. It's the same exact system. My question is, who's really behind it? Where is it? Where is this system being ran from? Is it being ran from Germany?
I would say the Catholic
I
Church.
don't know.
That's just me. I would
I'm not
I
going to
would say
disagree
the
with you.
Catholic Church, just because they instituted the what's the doctrine of discovery, and the Catholic, the doctrine
Mm,
of discovery
yes.
basically said that all of you dark melanated motherfuckers are heathens, and we're gonna take everything that you have, and we're gonna own it because we know what to do with it and you don't. And yeah, so I would that the Roman Catholic Church is responsible for all of this.
You're not the first person to say that. I wanted to, before we, round up the space, wanted to address the topic from another direction. The topic again, has immigration in the USA ever been weaponized against FBA? What we're going to do, we've already concluded and supported that, our conclusions with evidence. But what I want to do is round about and answer that question um, from Egyptian society. Our dear brother Bobby Hemmett says, if you know the beginning, you'll know the end. If you know the end, you'll know the beginning. So let's look at the beginning of the downfall of Egyptian society, and notice how immigration was weaponized against the Egyptians. According to Dr. Chancellor Williams, quote, for generations, Memphis, stop right there. It's Memphis in Egypt, not Memphis, Tennessee. Although I got some scholarship on Memphis, Tennessee. It's going to blow y'all mind one day. According to Dr. Chancellor Williams, for generations, Memphis was almost entirely an all African city, with white Asian villages slowly growing up around the outskirts. For the Asians were very smart and very cunning people. Once conquered, they feigned complete and humble acceptance of African rule. But Chancellor meant Egyptian rule. Far from showing the slightest signs of any feeling of racial superiority, they were such masters of the art of disassembling that they could hoodwink Africans, often under the guise of brotherhood. By capitalizing on their dark complexions, similar institutions, intermarriages, mixing with the black population generally as far as possible. That is all. This was the direct route to repeated Asian ascendancy on the continent few Africans seemed to see. For they were, as a race, too ready to forgive and forget past evils committed by foreigners, whereas, on the other hand, a fellow African tribe could easily become a traditional enemy and continue as such for many generations that no one could remember what the original quarrel was all about. Finally, he says, the blacks, then, were apparently unconcerned about the Asian villages springing up outside of Memphis, the largest one rapidly developing across the river on the right bank. This community was become the Asian city of Forstadt, which would challenge the supremacy of the capital and eventually help to change its African character and cause its final destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, Asian immigrants destroyed Egypt. What have we learned from this? I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but what I've learned is we need to take accountability for one another, get our own institutions, get our own schools, and like my one of my favorite rappers, Juvenile, said, "Get your own and mind your own." We need to protect our own, but to protect our own, we're gonna need men. We're gonna need men in the house. Nate, final thoughts from Nate, and then I'm gonna end the space. I'll let Horse have final thoughts too. Go ahead, Nate.
Yes. Hi. Can I be heard?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, yes, bro. Sir. Go ahead,
Oh,
bro.
hi. Peace to the family. Peace to everybody out here in the space, man. I just want to say, man, Professor, man, I'm glad to be able to discover you and come across you. I think you're brilliant. You are an awesome mind and awesome thinker, and we need more like you. You are a shining hope to us, man, for real. Keep doing your thing. I love your scholarship. Man, that means a lot,
Man,
bro.
that means
Thank
a
you.
lot, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Amen.
Amen. Peace to Wani. Wani, you one of my favorite people in the world. You just always come with the most. I can't even put it to words how you break things down and break other people down and shut up the naysayers and the haters with just straight scholarship and straight historical facts. So shout out, peace to you, Wani. Nikki the God, you already know you the God. I always big up you. And just peace to all of y'all for holding these amazing spaces, because this is what we need right here. We talk about our think tanks and everything. These are miniature versions of, or microcosms of what can be, a blueprint and a map for the further, for a further cause. Uh, and just to add on to just the topic of the space, has immigration in the U.S. ever been weaponized against FBA? Historically speaking, I can't say 100% or not, but just because I've been keen to and I live in this world now, I will have to say yes too. I have to agree with it. And I'm just gonna go to a short story, and this will be it. At my job, uh, some new workers that came in, and I did not know this person. It's a girl. She's I didn't find this out until I actually started speaking with her. She comes from the Congo. But she has her hair and everything like Black Americans, like us, like FBA and everything. But I never spoke to her until one time she had the overtime, and she had a little accent, and I'm like, oh, and she's like, yeah, I'm from Congo. Da, 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 da. And I'm like, oh, okay. And we got to talk, and then I asked her, do you know anything about like Black Americans, our history? And then she says, yeah, I know Martin Luther King and hip hop and da 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 da. Da. And I'm like, oh, okay, okay, okay. I said, well, what when you come to this country, did you come over with your peoples? Like, did you know anybody? She said, no, I didn't know anybody. So that kind of threw me off. Like, damn, you could just like get up and go. I was like, so where's your family? Where's that? She was like, you're out there, they back home and everything. I was like, so you got no auntie, cousins, nobody over here? She's like, no. Come to find out, she got a friend, and her friend is from it's one of the French speaking Africans, where they speak French. I can't remember the country. They both, I don't want to say it's a male or the bride type of shit. They both got old white man husbands. I saw one of them getting out the car. I thought it was an Uber driver dropping her off, but she was in the front seat. So it kind of, you don't usually ride front seat. I'm like, yo, that's your husband? And all day long, these two African girls be flirting with people at work, they so I'm like, wow, so is this like some mail order bride? Like how y'all wind up with these old white men as y'all husbands? Like y'all married to them. Y'all have no connection. Y'all got no people over here in the country. Like in this, like that's just weird for me. Like I can't imagine somebody just picking up and going to another. So I was like, oh, that's the reason behind it. Y'all like on some mail order bride type. But I say all that to say this: if if they coming over here with our melanin looking like us, but completely separated from us, completely not even having the decency to not just not go against us, but not even be allies in our corner. FBA, are we truly alone in this fight in our own country? But I mean globally, but we right now we talk about home front in the USA. Are we truly, like John Henry Clark said, we have no friends? Like, are we
Yeah, we
truly,
never did. We never did have friends. We just imagined that we did.
and that's just mind blowing to me. Like y'all are, never mind. Don't. All right, you don't want to be our allies. You don't want to, pick up the flag and ride with us. Okay, but don't go against us and go out of your way to go against it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how would that look if we came to your country and whoever was your colonizer, whether it was the Portuguese or the French or the Italians or the Spanish, whoever, and we just, yeah, whatever, we're gonna ride with them against y'all. Just go out of our way to do it. Like you putting time, energy, and effort going against.
The opportunity. I wish I had the opportunity.
Oh man, it just blew my mind. Like, oh, so that's all I wanted to contribute to. And I just
Did
want
she
to tell,
say?
I'm sorry.
Was she doing it? Was she doing against you?
To tell you the truth, she just acted like she didn't know like everything I was asking her about as far as FBA our culture. She was kind of clueless too. She just kept it. She got a little accent, a little accent when she talked, but she just kept it to hip hop and Martin Luther King. Like that was like basically all she knew, or she was trying to say about us and our culture. And I'm like, wow. And she has like a 72-year-old white man as her husband. I'm like, what the? It just threw me all the way off. So, man, so that was me just contributing my little aspect of has immigration been weaponized? And right now, in this time of day, I can see it. I wasn't alive back when they first started. When the immigration thing really kicked off. And I know we kicked down the doors, like Tariq said, for all these different people from the diaspora. And I really don't have, like Tariq said, we don't even think about y'all like that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all not on our brain like we sitting around plotting and think. We got bigger fish to fry. Our fight is on a way more major scale in this country. So y'all not harboring our thoughts. But now, y'all like a little small thorn poking in our side. We noticing like, hey, y'all over here kind of fucking with us. Y'all kind of throwing salt in the game. What's up with that? So it was just an eye opening thing for me. And I think in this day and age, if it wasn't weaponized against us in the past, it sure is now. And with that being said, I just want to say all you guys are brilliant. This is amazing spaces. And with that, I'm gonna drop the mic. I love all y'all. Keep up the good work.
All right, we're gonna go to John Horse, and then Stacia will have the last words.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to also say too, man, they like over here, the quote unquote buffer class, they don't have the same view of the island that the Hawaiians do. You know what I'm saying? So they don't have the same qualms with the government that Hawaiians do. You feel what I'm saying? So same way how like when Latinos come over, they don't have the same um it doesn't pull slavery doesn't pull at their heartstrings. Like the annexation of the Hawaiians losing their kingdom to the United States doesn't pull at the heartstrings of the Asians. It doesn't make them feel, you know what I'm saying? They don't have an allegiance to the Hawaiian kingdom. They have an allegiance to the empire, quote unquote. You feel what I'm saying? So they, when I say that, um, I can understand it, not like seeing it up close here because everything is so on a smaller scale here. I can actually see it up close, and I can see how, those things actually work. And it's one of those things where Asians, their people aren't buried here, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? They have Hawaiian burial grounds all over the place here. Same thing with us. We have burial grounds of our ancestors, all in the South. So, and also up north too. So, just being here, just seeing how a lot of this stuff, operates, and how immigration, is really, really not used as a weapon. Yeah, it is really, really crazy. But I'll say this: if you guys ever do actually ever come to Hawaii, I specifically recommend going to Kauai. If you really want to see like the wilderness and like what Hawaii would really be like when it's not it's super developed. There's this area called the Napali Coast. And basically it's like a place where you only get there by boat, but it's basically an area where it's like pristine white sand beaches, and they're basically the only way that you get there. You can hike there, but it's like one of the most deadliest hikes to actually do in the world. It's like number 9 hardest hikes to do outside of Mount Everest. So you can actually go there, but through a hike, but it's like 2 days to do. But there's actually a Hawaiian burial ground over there.
I didn't even take your little bag out. I didn't take your little bag
Oh no,
out.
no, keep
Oh,
keep going, bro. She was
oh,
off
okay,
mute. She
yeah.
didn't.
There's a burial ground where they bury the Hawaiians into the cliffs of the mountains. And basically, I'm saying that's where their
Wow.
ancestors are. Like, just so understanding that, and they have like laws and stuff where you can't even go on the beach. You can't have beach towels, beach chairs, anything like that. So Uh, yeah,
Wow.
that's what they fighting over. These other people, they don't have the same um allegiance to the land that the locals do, and that's the same way with us. So just
Yep.
understand that. So I'll end there.
Appreciate you, bro. Stacia, last words. Talk to us.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back because I didn't actually answer the question um, of has immigration in the U.S. ever been weaponized against FBAs, and of course it has been. All we've done is experience not only other groups being weaponized against us, saying how they come here and elevate and do so much better than we do, while they literally stand on our backs doing it and have to stand on our backs in order to do it. Um, they, at the end of the day, they literally just say that all these other groups are more economically and socially advanced more so than we are, um, while copying our culture, while benefiting from what our ancestors have done from the Civil Rights Act. We got Barack Obama, who's daddy came over here because of foundational Black Americans. The only reason why he's even been able to get into his position is because of what was done by our grandparents and parents. Um, so, yes, it has been weaponized against us and is still weaponized against us. And now other groups are starting to see, like especially poor whites in Springfield, Ohio, being called lazy and not wanting to work. And now these Haitians are taking jobs that they claim should be for the white people who mainly live in that area. So they're getting a little taste of, how it feels for, to be attacked, in a country that you're from that's, supposed to put you first as a citizen, but puts these other groups first and give them more resources over you. And I'll go ahead and land there. And oh, I just want to say thank you so much for the space, Professor and Wani. You guys and Nikki the God. You guys are always on point and always having these thought provoking conversations. And I look forward to participating in more of them in the future.
Love it. Thank you, Stacia. All right, Cash. No more people after Cash. Go ahead, Cash. I'm glad you're here,
Yeah, I was
Cash.
gonna say he leading y'all on a dangerous hike if he was talking about the spot I was thinking about. I used to live in California, as many of y'all know. When I went to Hawaii, it was a 4-hour flight from California. I was zooming out on the map every time, tripping.
Jeez.
I was like, "How is this a part of America?" It's crazy. Uh, um,
I've never been. I want to
yeah,
go
it's crazy
though.
far. And there's 13 islands and all that. But the only other thing I wanted to say is about damn, about marriage. What I was gonna say about marriage? Yeah, it is getting. Oh yeah, yeah. Because he was talking about a migrant having married a white dude to into the country is really the point there, right? I know that there's scams nowadays, and this speaks back to Black Americans being harmed. We got to watch out for people trying to offer us $20,000 or $40,000 to move into the country, falsifying marriage documents so that they can get a golden ticket to be an American citizen. Because many of these people come into the country and go missing, and they end up marrying someone of their own community and having a child here in America. And if you commit the crime of falsifying your marriage, the American citizen goes to jail for 5 years. The foreigner just gets deported, so they can be back next year marrying somebody else. So we just got to watch out for these scams
Oh,
and how they're one sided against Americans.
I'll tell y'all some wild shit on those lines. It's called fraud, obviously. And in a lot of states, like the state of Alabama, the statute of limitation on fraud is there's no such thing as a statute of limitation on fraud. So I went. So basically, you do fraud, that shit will come back to get you years later. So I went to one of my classmates in law school. When he was 18, we were like in our mid late 20s. He was in his late 20s, almost 30. And when he was 18, he snuck into, or not 18, he was a child, he snuck into a club that was 21 and up in Birmingham called Bell Bottoms. And back then, Bell Bottoms would scan your driver's license, they scan it and send it off to Alabama, whatever. Well, he had a fake ID and scanned that motherfucker. And we're sitting up in class. He got arrested, because they scanned his picture and cross-referenced it when he applied for the when you go to law school. You have to apply with the FBI and you get, but they cross-referenced the picture and found that he had a fake ID. I think he was 18 when he did it. He had a fake ID when he was 18 and he got arrested for that shit. Like that shit don't go away. So yeah, you're giving some, I know you weren't giving legal advice, but it was some good friendly advice. Any more words, Cash?
No, I was gonna say, watch you marry, and ultimately, we should be marrying our own foundational black with foundational black for generational wealth.
I'm gonna stay away from the marriage conversation because yesterday it triggered the fuck out of me. But yeah, I love my black women. Yeah, I will say, yeah, you want to marry somebody who understands your story. But I will say, young men, oh shit, you get me started. No one is like, oh fuck, no, I'm not. But
Professor, man, forget my
uh,
story, man. I'm not marrying nobody ain't receiving lifetime payments like I'm finna be getting more reparations. That's it. What I look like marrying a
no,
commoner? Ugh.
me and my wife have been married 12 years, and it's not always, it's ups and downs. But I will say this: I will give my young black men some advice. Have your shit in order before you get married. Have your money together and be done with school. That's all the fuck I'm gonna say. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to pass out. We will have another room tomorrow. I really enjoyed y'all. I learned a lot. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Same time, same place. Peace out.